It's gonna rain. George Shuttlesworth and the Freedom Band. It's gonna rain.
Well, don't come on.
On freedom side.
God said
It's gonna rain, rain, rain.
yes, come on.
On freedom
My
side.
God said
It's gonna rain.
King and Abernathy came to Birmingham.
It's gonna rain. George Shuttlesworth and the Freedom Band. It's gonna rain.
Well, don't come on.
Along freedom side.
God said
It's gonna rain, rain, rain.
yes, come on.
Freedom
My
side.
God said
It's gonna rain. Rain, 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 freedom, 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 rain, 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 freedom, rain, 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 freedom, rain, 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 freedom, rain,
why don't you come on? God said
it's gonna rain, rain, rain.
yes, come on. My God said it's gonna rain.
The Carlton Reese Memorial Choir. Well, good morning, all. My name is Sherri Jackson. I'm a news anchor here in Birmingham at CBS 42, and I am so honored to be the MC of this great event. I see some familiar faces. I look forward to all that we will learn over the next 2 days. It'll be my job to guide us through with energy and enthusiasm as we learn from the many panelists and speakers who will be addressing the trauma of crime and hate. And really, let's face it, however we dissect trauma, whether individually or collectively, there's pain involved. But through the type of work that the FBI, Birmingham Division, and the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute are doing together with this Civil Rights Conference, we really have an opportunity to learn how to heal as a society from past traumas, and where we can, find ways to end cycles of trauma that are impacting our communities and society. So that's my little part. We're going to begin with some official welcomes from the important people here in this great place. First of all, you'll hear from Reverend Arthur Price. He is the pastor of this great church, this holy ground that has become known as everybody's church and still serves as such today for our community. He'll be followed by Dr. Samantha Elliott Briggs, who is the Vice President of Education at the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute, and also FBI Birmingham Division Special Agent in Charge, Carlton Peeples. And so we will start with Pastor Price leading us off with a welcome.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Arthur Price. I'm pastor here at 16th Street Baptist Church, and I want to welcome you to the 16th Street Baptist Church and give you a little snapshot of our church. Many people know that 16th Street Baptist Church was bombed on September 15th, 1963. The church was actually organized in 1873, 10 years after the Emancipation Proclamation. But in 1963, when Reverend Shuttlesworth asked Dr. Abernathy and Dr. King to come here, which the choir just sung about, they did some lunch counter sit-ins that didn't garner a whole lot of attention. When Dr. King was arrested on Good Friday and penned his letter from the Birmingham jail, when he came out from the jail, this church was filled with about 3,000 young people, and they had a plan to fill up the jails in Birmingham because they wanted to get the children involved in the movement. It was called the Children's March. So they came here, they learned ways of nonviolence, they were given instructions to leave out of these doors 50 at a time. They filled up the Birmingham jail, they filled up the Jefferson County jail, they filled up the Bessemer City jail, and they wound up making a makeshift jail at the fairgrounds here in Birmingham. Got the attention of President Kennedy, who sends his brother down to broker a deal in Birmingham. King's emboldened to do the March on Washington, and it was 18 days after the I Have a Dream speech that Dr. King gave at the Lincoln Memorial that the 16th Street Baptist Church was bombed on September 15th, 1963. One of the most horrendous hate crimes in the United States of America. 4 girls lost their lives: Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Cynthia Wesley, Carol Robeson, and one young lady was blinded in the eye, Sarah Collins. But the case was closed in 1968 by J. Edgar Hoover. But in 1977, the Attorney General Bill Baxley here in Alabama reopened the case and got justice for the 4 little girls in 1977. And then 2001 and 2002, former Senator Doug Jones, who was U.S. Attorney at that time, tried the last 3 perpetrators and got justice then. And we've learned here at 16th Street Baptist Church that justice delayed is not justice denied. So we're grateful to have you here at our church. We're grateful that the Civil Rights Institute has picked this site as a site for this conference, and I pray that you all will get much out of it. God bless you. May heaven smile upon you.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Carlton Peeples, Special Agent in charge of FBI Birmingham Division, and it's my privilege to welcome you to the 2024 Birmingham Civil Rights Conference. We are honored to have you here in this historic and prominent house of worship for such an important discussion. I'd like to thank Reverend Arthur Price, 16th Street Baptist Church Senior Pastor, and Mr. Wanda Thompson, President and CEO of the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute, for your continued partnership and intentional engagement. A community event such as this conference represents 3 of FBI Director Wray's 4 pillars: people, partnerships, and process. The FBI, like any other law enforcement entity, ability to combat threats is only as good as our relationships and engagements with the communities we've sworn to protect. The FBI has approximately 38,000 total employees to help protect 325 million Americans. It is essential for us to build where necessary, maintain where effective, and enhance where possible our relationships with our law enforcement partners, public and private sector entities, and the communities we serve to accomplish that mission. This conference is a great example of how we work to ensure the public is informed about the threats we face, as well as the FBI's responsibilities, authorities, and processes in addressing those threats. The FBI is vested with significant authorities, and it's our obligation as public servants to ensure these authorities are exercised with fairness, objectivity, and integrity. Any less falls short of the FBI's duty to the American people. We are committed to integrity and doing the right thing for the right reason in the right way. The men and women of the FBI are from all walks of life, all of which makes us stronger and better positioned to represent, engage, and partner at every level with all the communities we serve, with the mission of coming together to make our country and our communities safer. This month marks the anniversary of the 1963 Birmingham Campaign, also known as the Birmingham Movement or the Birmingham Confrontation. It was action to target the city's unjust segregation system by putting pressure on local businessmen in what was considered the most segregated city in America. The voice of peace and reconciliation still ring true today as truth and equality face new challenges. So thank you to the people in our communities, and to the partnerships like we're experiencing today, who work to help inform, educate, and bridge the gap between law enforcement and the communities we serve, and to you for participating in the process. We have a great slate of experts and professionals here to speak on the FBI's role in civil rights, and because of people like you who have taken the time to engage in meaningful discussion, we continue to move forward in ensuring the protected rights of all are not abridged. Thank you, and please enjoy the conference.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to Reverend and Mrs. Price, to Director Wray, to AAG Clarke, Ms. Jackson, to our esteemed colleagues and guests. It is my honor to bring greetings to you this morning on behalf of the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute, where I have the esteemed opportunity to serve as one of the vice presidents. I want to welcome you on behalf of our board and our president, Dewana L. Thompson, who sends her regrets this morning that she is unable to attend, as she's headed to Washington, D.C. this morning to take place in a global leadership conference on our behalf. The Birmingham Civil Rights Institute is a 32-year-old civil rights legacy organization dedicated to the preservation of our Birmingham civil rights story. Equally important to our mission is our ongoing work as an educational center and thought leader on race, equity, and justice. When we consider our title, we're reminded of the fact that justice is every person's work. It's every person's responsibility. We share equally in the pursuit of ensuring human rights and human dignity. It is our sincere hope that as we navigate over the course of the next 2 days of this annual Civil Rights Conference, the stories we hear, the policy we analyze, the data we explore, the leaders that we learn from, it is our hope that we will find ways to challenge injustice, to champion truth in whatever ways possible in the spaces of our individual as well as our collective influence. To the FBI leadership, to the law enforcement president, and to our elected officials, thank you for your willingness to create programming which allows us to take an academic and communal approach to exploring justice. Again, to Pastor Price, to the 16th Street Baptist Church, thank you as always for opening your doors and for the continued partnership and allowing this important conference to be held in the most sacred space. And as we just heard from SAC Peeples about 1963 and remembering this anniversary, I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge our brave foot soldiers. So if you would, just take a moment to stand and be recognized, those of you who are here with us. Thank you so much. And as Ms. Roby would make sure I point out, not just the foot soldiers of 1963, but the foot soldiers that they are passing the baton to as well today, which is us. So I want to thank you so much, and may all who have gathered for this conference be inspired, be informed, and let's continue to serve together our beloved community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Briggs. I am thrilled to get the opportunity to introduce our first speaker today, a history maker in this place that has made and meant so much to our nation's history. Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the U.S. Department of Justice, Ms. Kristen Clarke. Her confirmation in 2021 made her the first woman and first woman of color to serve our nation in this role. On the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington last August, she reminded America of the work that the Civil Rights Division has done in prosecuting those who violate the civil rights of others. And I'm just going to list some of what she said. It was powerful. Prosecuted the officers who violated the civil rights of George Floyd, charged officers tied to the death of Breonna Taylor, convicted the defendants in the deaths of the defendant in the deaths of 23 Latino people killed at an El Paso, Texas Walmart, and the defendant who killed 11 people at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, as well as securing convictions of the 3 men responsible for the killing of Ahmaud Arbery. Very sobering work that they have done with tenacity. She's a lifelong civil rights lawyer whose career has been in public service. In 2006, she joined the NAACP's Legal Defense Fund, working in the area of voting rights and election laws. You know, the ones that reached their apex right here in Alabama with the Voting Rights Act of 1965. 10 years before she was born. She would later present oral argument in the D.C. District Circuit Court, D.C. Court, defending the constitutionality of that same law in Shelby County, Alabama versus Holder. She previously led the Civil Rights Bureau in her home state of New York and the State Attorney General's office, where she did a lot of work, led a team that had landmark decisions. But there's so much more to this Brooklyn native's background, including one that really caught my eye. The only girl to join the boys wrestling team during her time at Choate Rosemary Hall. It caught my attention because my son wrestled throughout high school, so I know that is not an easy sport. But she said she was just looking for a winter sport to give her a good workout, but welcomed the chance that it gave her to challenge gender stereotypes. Just fearless and courageous. She graduated from Choate knowing that she wanted to practice law, so she earned her BA from Harvard University, then graduated from Columbia Law School, a lion indeed. She's been courageous in the courts ever since, though, fighting to protect civil rights for all, and from where she sits now, enforcing the nation's civil rights laws to prosecute those who violate the civil rights of others. So please join me in welcoming U.S. Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Kristen Clarke.
Good morning. Thank you so much for that very, very gracious introduction. And I also just want to thank the choir for filling our hearts and souls with a little bit of joy this morning. It truly is an honor to be here at the historic 16th Street Baptist Church. I was here this past fall with Pastor Price and with Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson and former Senator Doug Jones and many others to commemorate the 1963 bombing that happened here. As you've heard, this Civil Rights Conference is hosted by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Alabama, the local FBI office, and BCRI. I want to thank them for their extraordinary efforts. It was this U.S. Attorney's Office under U.S. Attorney, later Senator Doug Jones, that fought for justice following the horrific act of violence that killed the 4 precious little girls here at the 16th Baptist Church. And I want to say their names, as we should continue to do throughout this convening: Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Carol Robertson, and Cynthia Wesley. Their lives mattered. They were, in Dr. King's words, the martyred heroines of a holy crusade for freedom and human dignity. It was this U.S. Attorney's Office who prosecuted the defendants, Thomas Edwin Blanton, Bobby Frankie Cherry, for their roles in the act. In many ways, the case exemplifies Dr. King's observation that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. Dr. King was not suggesting that the moral arc of the universe bends by itself, or that justice results from some providential force, or that it is inevitable. To the contrary, Dr. King's message was that all of us must actively work to achieve justice, and it is the collective weight and force of our efforts that bends the arc. Dr. King made that point right here in Birmingham. In April of 1963, he was locked up in a Birmingham jail for violating a state court injunction against protests seeking racial justice. From jail, he wrote a letter to local clergy who had called his demonstrations unwise and untimely. Dr. King's response was blunt. He described Birmingham as probably the most segregated city in the United States and cited the city's ugly record of police brutality and its notorious unjust treatment of blacks in the courts. And he noted that Birmingham had more unsolved bombings of black homes and churches than in any city in the nation. It was this very injustice that brought Dr. King to Birmingham. He wrote that, quote, "I am in Birmingham because injustice is here. He could not sit idly by in Atlanta," Dr. King wrote, "because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And the injustice demanded action because," he said, "we know through painful experience that freedom is never voluntarily given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed." Dr. King's concern about the purveyors of hate in the city was well-founded. 3 weeks after his letter, Public Safety Commissioner Bull Connor blasted fire hoses, unleashed dogs, used billy clubs on children, who were peacefully marching in downtown Birmingham as the rest of the nation watched on television, transfixed in horror. The national revulsion forced some reforms in the Jim Crow practices of Birmingham businesses. And then, just 4 months later, came the bombing here at the 16th Street Baptist Church. The prosecutors in this office and their partners in the FBI worked for years to bring the killers to justice. Community leaders here in Birmingham and elsewhere persisted for decades in demands that the federal government pursue this case. These efforts ultimately helped bend the arc of the moral universe, at least in this one case. It only took 40 years. The bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church occurred within the lifetimes of some 75 million Americans who are still alive today. And yet the events and the context in which they transpired may seem unfathomable to us, reflecting racism so wide and so deep as to defy our experience. In the Birmingham of 1963, Jim Crow was pervasive and alive and well. Discrimination infected every aspect of the social order, and hostility, indeed hatred towards those who would upset that order, was widespread. Today, Jim Crow laws are dead. Birmingham has a black mayor and 6 black city council members. The city is diverse, cosmopolitan, and vibrant, but the impact of centuries of brutality and unfairness persists in economic inequality, residential segregation, and discrimination in many facets of life. As to hate crimes and hate incidents, the impunity that was common in 1963 no longer reigns. Overt racism is socially unacceptable, but haters still hate. The intensity of their animosity has not subsided, and on a national level, the dark forces of hate are resurgent. In 1998, 35 years after the bombing in Birmingham, virulent hatred based on race still poisoned the hearts of 3 white supremacists as they tied James Byrd Jr. behind a car and dragged him to his death on an asphalt road in Jasper, Texas. Malign hatred still flourished just a few months later when 2 men in Wyoming tied 21-year-old Matthew Shepard to a split rail fence, beat him, tortured him, and left him to die just because he was gay. It is because of the ongoing risk posed when the tragedies of prior generations become the tragedies of today's generations that the work of the Justice Department, the Civil Rights Division, the U.S. Attorney's Office, our FBI partners, it is why our work is still so important today. These heinous crimes prompted Congress to adopt the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Hate Crimes Prevention Act. The law was an important addition to our legal arsenal to combat hate, and we have been working to use these tools feverishly. We, as noted, obtained 90 consecutive life sentences against the man who killed 23 Hispanic people and wounded 22 more at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, because he thought they were too many immigrants from Mexico. We obtained a guilty verdict, and the court imposed the death penalty on an anti-Semite who killed 11 people at the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And we brought a 27-count indictment alleging that the man who killed 10 black people at a Tops grocery store in Buffalo, New York, did so because blacks were supposedly replacing white people in this country. The loss of life in these cases was horrible and tragic. The loved ones of the victims have endured grief that is unimaginable, but the trauma has reverberated much, much farther because hate crimes are message crimes. The perpetrators not only target the direct victims, but also seek to instill fear in the victims' communities. They intend to incite terror, to make members of the affected racial, ethnic, and religious communities feel insecure, unwanted, and afraid to go about their daily lives. Our prosecutions, though, are sending a louder and more powerful message that hate crimes will not be tolerated in our democracy, that perpetrators will be punished and brought to account, and that the communities targeted will be safeguarded by the federal government. These mass murders are just a tiny portion of the hate crimes that plague our nation and just a small percentage of our prosecutions. For example, earlier this month, a Dallas man was sentenced to 37 years in prison for killing one person and attempting to kill 4 others because he believed they were Muslims. In February, a jury convicted a South Carolina man for killing a transgender woman because of her gender identity. I'll note that this is the very first trial verdict under the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Hate Crimes Prevention Act involving a gender identity-based hate crime. Last fall, a Florida man was sentenced for his attack on a group of black men who were surveying a site for a potential memorial regarding the 1923 racial Rosewood Massacre. And in 2022, we convicted 3 men for hate crimes in the shooting and killing of Ahmaud Arbery. At trial, the evidence showed that the defendants harbored racist beliefs that led them to stereotype and dehumanize Mr. Arbery simply because he was black. 2 defendants were sentenced to life and a third to 35 years. All of this work reflects a fundamental obligation of federal law enforcement, protecting the right of each person to dwell in their home, work at their job, jog down a street, shop at a store, and engage in acts of daily living without fear of attack based on how they look, where they are from, how they worship, or who they love. For that reason, battling hate crimes is one of the Justice Department's highest priorities. Since January of 2021, the Civil Rights Division, in partnership with our U.S. Attorney Office colleagues, has charged more than 120 defendants in over 110 cases for committing hate crimes. During that same period, we've obtained hate crime convictions against over 100 defendants. But we are swimming upstream. According to FBI statistics in 2022, reported hate crimes increased 11% from their highest level in 2021. More than 60% of those crimes are based on race or gender identity, race or ethnicity, and most of these involve crimes against black people. Hate crimes based on anti-Semitism were up 25% in 2022, and that was before the surge in hate crimes witnessed after the October 7th attacks last year in Israel. Anti-Muslim crimes jumped up as well, and we continue to see a profusion of hate crimes based on sexual orientation and gender identity and national origin as well. We will not back down from the fight against hate. We will not relent in our quest for accountability, but we know that we can't prosecute our way out of this crisis. We also need to prevent these acts from taking place at all. And that's why in 2022, Attorney General Garland announced United Against Hate, a nationwide community outreach and engagement program designed to increase awareness about hate crimes and hate incidents. Over the past 2 years, all 94 U.S. attorneys' offices across the country have hosted hundreds of United Against Hate programs, bringing together community members, faith leaders, and law enforcement at every level to build trust and strengthen coordination to combat and prevent unlawful acts of hate. The U.S. Attorney's Office for this district has participated actively and effectively, and I want to thank them for their efforts. At the Civil Rights Division, we are dedicated to holding the perpetrators of hate accountable and uprooting unlawful acts of hate root and branch. But we can't forget the context in which the Birmingham bombing occurred. The efforts of the civil rights movement to achieve racial justice mattered. We are thus continuing the fight against discrimination and fighting for equal justice on many other fronts, from combating modern-day redlining by banks to taking on police misconduct to working to preserve the right to vote and more. The legacy that Dr. King left is enshrined in laws that undergird our work at the division. The Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the Fair Housing Act of 1968, and other laws in subsequent years have given us important tools to fight discrimination, to prosecute hate crimes, and to safeguard constitutional rights. We have used these tools to confront discrimination and advance equal opportunity in employment, housing, education, and more. We have worked to secure equal access for people with disabilities and even fought to defend those who serve in our nation's armed forces, past and present. We have vindicated the rights of sexual assault survivors and people who experience sexual harassment in education, workplace, housing, jails and prisons, and more. We have protected people from redlining, securing more than $120 million in relief for victims of discrimination in lending. We have worked to ensure that law enforcement personnel carry out their jobs lawfully and without bias. As noted, we prosecuted officers tied to the tragic deaths of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Tyree Nichols. Those latter two prosecutions are ongoing. And officers tied to the violent assault and recent torture of 2 Black men in Rankin County, Mississippi, officers who called themselves the Goon Squad. We also conduct investigations of law enforcement agencies engaged in a pattern or practice of conduct that violates the Constitution. 2 years ago, in the wake of Breonna Taylor's death, we opened a civil investigation into the city of Louisville and its police department. Last year, we announced our findings that the department engaged in unlawful conduct, and we are working right now to put in place a consent decree that can put the city on a path to reform. We're also investigating other police departments as well, including in Memphis, Minneapolis, Phoenix, Mount Vernon, New York City, the Louisiana State Police, Lexington, Mississippi, and more. Another major mission of the Civil Rights Division is to ensure that every eligible American has voice in our democracy, and it is not lost on me that we are here in Alabama, the birthplace of the Voting Rights Act. As the Supreme Court has observed, the right to vote is preservative of all other rights. But voter suppression laws have spread like poison ivy across the country. We're seeing discriminatory and burdensome restrictions on access to the ballot, and we're seeing discriminatory redistricting plans that dilute the voting strength of Blacks and other voters of color. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court has constricted the department's tools to counter this discrimination. In the face of these challenges, the Attorney General has affirmed the department's commitment to ensuring that all eligible voters can cast a vote, that all lawful votes are counted, and that every voter has access to accurate information. We will not stop working to protect the democracy to which all Americans are entitled, end quote. We've brought multiple lawsuits and filed briefs across the country to protect voting rights for all Americans, especially our most vulnerable communities. In one case in Arizona, we filed a brief addressing the application of the voter intimidation provision of the Voting Rights Act. In that case, private litigants sued, challenging the presence of armed individuals outside absentee ballot drop boxes in Maricopa County, Arizona. This election season will demand vigilance once again for potential acts of voter intimidation. I cannot emphasize the importance of our work to protect the right to vote. We know that many thousands marched and some fought and died to secure the right to vote for Black people and other marginal communities. Civil rights leaders and ordinary citizens were brutalized, attacked, even lynched just for claiming this most basic right. We will not forsake their sacrifices. We will fight to ensure that every eligible American can exercise the constitutional right to vote. Dr. King reminded us that, quote, human progress is neither automatic nor inevitable. Every step toward the goal of justice requires sacrifice, suffering, and struggle. The tireless exertions and passionate concern of dedicated individuals. Such dedicated individuals fill the ranks of the Justice Department, and they join with many at the U.S. Attorney's Office, at the FBI, and all across our nation, toiling to protect civil rights. We look forward to continuing this work, to protecting the rights of you and all Americans, and to achieving the equality so fundamental to our national values. And we pledge to stand with you, shoulder to shoulder, to continue to bend the moral arc of the universe toward justice. Thank you.
Christopher Wray became the 8th director of the FBI on August the 2nd, 2017. Director Wray began his law enforcement career in 1997, serving in the Department of Justice as an assistant United States attorney for the Northern District of Georgia. In that role, Director Wray prosecuted a wide variety of federal criminal cases, including public corruption, gun trafficking, drug offenses, and financial fraud. In 2001, Director Wray was named Associate Deputy Attorney General and then Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General in the Office of the Deputy Attorney General in Washington, D.C. His duties there spanned the full Department of Justice, including responsibility for sensitive investigations conducted by Department of Justice law enforcement agencies. Director Wray was nominated by President George W. Bush in 2003 to be the Assistant Attorney General for the Department of Justice Criminal Division, supervising major national and international criminal investigations and prosecutions. He also oversaw the counterterrorism section and the counterintelligence and export control section, which was part of the criminal division throughout his tenure. Director Wray was a member of the President's Corporate Fraud Task Force, supervised the Enron Task Force, and served as a leader in the Department of Justice post-9/11 efforts to combat terrorism, espionage, and cybercrime with domestic and foreign government partners. At the conclusion of his tenure, Director Wray was awarded the Edmund J. Randolph Award, the Department of Justice highest award for leadership and public service. Director Wray was born in New York City. He graduated with a bachelor's degree from Yale University in 1989 and earned his law degree from Yale Law School in 1992. He clerked for Judge J. Michael Ludick of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 4th District. In 1993, Director Wray joined the international law firm of King & Spalding, LLP, where he spent nearly 17 years practicing law in the area of government investigations and white-collar crime. At the time of his nomination to be FBI director, Director Wray was chair of the firm's Special Matters and Government Investigations Practice Group. Please join me in welcoming FBI Director Chris Wray.
Well, thanks, Carlton. I appreciate the opportunity to be here with all of you this morning and the significance of what this conference represents. And that's not just all of the effort that went over the last couple of months into making today possible, but more importantly, the decades of work done here in Birmingham and throughout Alabama to advance the cause of civil rights. As I stand here this morning, I'm reminded of how on March 25th, 1965, here in Alabama, Dr. Martin Luther King offered words of hope to a weary audience. In answering his rhetorical question about how long it would take until the civil rights movement would find justice, he said, "Not long, because the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." Now, all of us are familiar with those words, and a lot of people have used that quote to talk about how civil rights causes have slowly improved. But the context of who Dr. King was talking to is often forgotten. He made that speech on the steps of the Capitol in Montgomery at the end of the 54-mile march from Selma, 18 days after Bloody Sunday, March 7th. Now, he was not saying justice is inevitable. He was saying the long arc of the moral universe bends toward justice, and it does so because people like those on that march and those here today act to bend it that way. And this morning, I can see both how far we've come and the reason that arc will continue to bend. Because in these church pews, we've got law enforcement agents and officers sitting together with civil rights activists and leaders, and not just sitting together, but working together with a common purpose and a common vision of justice. So I'm grateful to the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute and to our FBI Birmingham Division for bringing us all together on this hallowed ground. And today I want to follow the conference theme, looking at our past and present experiences together and looking into our shared future, at how those who came before us bent the universe towards justice, where it's pointed now, and how learning from our past can help us confront today's challenges so we can continue to bend that arc of history towards a more just and hopeful future. And there's nowhere better to start that discussion than the place we are now. Everyone here today is aware that this church, a place dedicated to faith and love, was the site of one of the most despicable acts of hate in our nation's history. On Sunday morning, September 15th, 1963, as church was about to start and the pews that you're sitting in were crowded, 19 sticks of dynamite exploded, shaking the foundation of this sanctuary, sending glass and concrete flying, knocking most of the congregation to the ground, and killing those closest to the explosion. Carol Robertson, Addie Mae Collins, and Cynthia Wesley, all age 14, and Denise McNair, age 11, were in the basement by the wall where the bomb detonated. All four died horribly. At least 16 others were injured, including Addie Mae's younger sister, Sarah, who lost an eye. The FBI's Birmingham office started its investigation immediately, and our bomb experts flew in on military jets within hours. As the horror of what happened here shook this community and our nation, it changed the Bureau, too. It took us 5 days to determine the bomb had been planted under the east steps of the church and was triggered with a timer device. And it took us 39 years to secure convictions for the last of the co-conspirators. Let me take us back for a moment to 1963. We devoted dozens of agents to this case. We knew the Ku Klux Klan was behind the bombing, and we had 4 serious suspects. But we were hampered by weak federal laws, by a lack of cooperation from those with information, by obstacles put in place by local authorities, and, to be frank, by FBI leadership at the time's competing focus on investigating perceived communist subversion, which, as many of you know, also led to the shameful wiretapping and harassment of Dr. King. But for our agents on the ground here in Birmingham, the case was personal. One memo from the initial investigation reads, "We've practically torn Birmingham apart and have interviewed thousands of persons. We have seriously disrupted Klan activities by our pressure and interviews so that these organizations have lost members and support. We have made extensive use of the polygraph, surveillances, microphone surveillances, and technical surveillances." But even with all that, witnesses weren't forthcoming. Physical evidence was inconclusive, and under federal laws at the time, our surveillance recordings were not allowed in court. So we closed the case in 1968, and the Department of Justice was unable to mount a prosecution. For civil rights activists and African American communities here and across the nation, our closing of that case was tragic and unjust. And for the FBI agents who'd been involved, it was crushing. They wanted justice for those little girls. 3 years later, in 1971, Alabama Attorney General Bill Baxley started a push to prosecute Robert Chambliss for his role in the bombing, and the Bureau wanted to help. Baxley was able to convince witnesses to come forward who testified that they saw Chambliss purchase the dynamite and plant the bomb. And in 1977, the state of Alabama convicted the man who'd taken the most overt actions to attack this church and its congregation, and Chambliss spent the rest of his life in prison. For most, that seemed like that would be the end of it. But the Bureau did not forget what happened here. Our initial investigation, if you remember, had identified 4 suspects, and more than 30 years later, only one of them had been prosecuted. One other was dead, but 2 were still free. So in 1995, even though more than 100 potential witnesses had died, our Birmingham office reopened the case, working with the Birmingham Police Department. For the first 15 months, FBI Special Agent Bill Fleming and Birmingham Police Sergeant Ben Herring scoured the old files for new leads. And in the course of their work, they found evidence to place one of the 2 remaining suspects, Bobby Cherry, at the store where Chambliss had bought the dynamite. So they interviewed Cherry for 4 hours. Afterwards, Cherry called a press conference to complain about what he called FBI harassment. Special Agent Fleming said that Cherry's press conference was, and I quote, "the best thing to happen to our investigation." Alabama and our nation as a whole was a whole lot different in the 90s than it was in the 60s. And right after that press conference, our phones started ringing off the hook with tips from witnesses implicating Cherry. At the same time, we were able to uncover audio recordings of our 4th suspect, Tommy Blanton, discussing details of the bomb plot. Now, you may remember I mentioned a few minutes ago that we were not allowed to use those recordings in court in the 1960s. But in the late 90s, we were able to argue that the recordings we'd made, enabled by renting the apartment next to his in the 60s, were legal and admissible. So we used the old recordings and new evidence to build our cases, leading to convictions for the final two conspirators in 2001 and 2002. And in the case of Tommy Blanton, the jurors spoke publicly afterwards, saying that our recordings had convinced them of his guilt. And in 2002, 39 years after the bombing, it was Birmingham Police Sergeant Ben Herring who said what everyone in the Bureau was thinking, and I quote, "We finally got justice for the little girls." Across 4 decades, FBI special agents and law enforcement officers here in Birmingham took this case personally and saw it through to completion. Their dedicated work and the dedicated work of hundreds of other agents on countless other cases is part of the Bureau's DNA. Today, the FBI is the only federal agency charged with investigating civil rights violations, which include hate crimes and color of law violations. Civil rights violations have been increasing for some time, which is why in 2021, the FBI elevated civil rights to a national threat priority. In plain English, that means the program receives more resources and that civil rights violations jump a lot of other investigations in priority at every field office. And this year, we increased the number of people specifically committed to investigating civil rights crimes to 176 special agents, plus 57 analysts. Nationally, we've seen a steady rise in the volume of hate crimes. In 2022, across all levels of law enforcement in the United States, more than 13,000 hate crime incidents were reported. About half of those were crimes motivated solely by race, ethnicity, or ancestry biases. We're still collecting nationwide data for 2023, but just looking at our work at the FBI, our investigations led to more hate crimes charges last year than any year since the turn of the century. Almost certainly, the most high visibility ongoing case is the mass casualty shooting at the Top supermarket in Buffalo, New York in May of 2022. The shooter posted online about his fears of what he called white genocide. He targeted a nearby community with the highest percentage of black residents and then meticulously plotted, scouted, and prepared for a series of shootings. He was ahead of his planned schedule when he stepped out of his car wearing body armor and live streaming from a helmet cam. Yelling racial slurs, he shot 4 people in the parking lot before he entered the store and began targeting anyone who was black. In just a couple of minutes, he'd shot 13 people, and the 10 he killed were all black. As horrific as that was, it could have been far worse if Buffalo Police Department officers had not arrived within 2 minutes of the start of the shooting. They stopped him from reaching his car, where he had more weapons and ammunition, and from moving to a second location. Now, I can't talk much about the ongoing federal case, but those are all details from the shooter's guilty plea to state charges of murder, terrorism, and hate crimes. In February, a New York court sentenced him to 10 consecutive life sentences plus 75 years without the possibility of parole. And our case has also led to 27 federal charges, 13 hate crimes charges relating to the people he shot, 1 more for attempting to kill other African American people nearby, and 13 firearms charges relating to his hate crimes, with that trial scheduled to begin late next year. I know that case has everyone's interest across the country, but I don't want to leave you with the impression that something needs to be a capital case or even to include violence for the FBI to get involved. One recent case we investigated was up in Billings, Montana. In November of 2020, a man walked into a church, hungry and needing help. The elderly woman working there gave him a gift card and wished him well. He should have just been grateful. But he didn't like that the woman who helped him was black. So 5 days later, he called the church and left a voicemail claiming to be a church donor and saying he would donate a lot more money if the church would just stop employing African Americans. Although the term he used was not African Americans. After he made 3 more calls, the church contacted the local police. A detective spoke to the man who promised not to call the church again. 3 days later, he left another voicemail apologizing. But it turned out he wasn't done. Over the next year and a half, even after leaving the state, he continued calling the church using racial slurs and making threats. So the FBI got involved and tracked him down. October of 2022, he was indicted on federal charges, arrested in Indiana, and held in federal custody. Last June, he pled guilty to harassment, and in October, he was sentenced to 18 months in federal prison. Now, that case didn't make national headlines, but those threats made a huge impact on that church and led a woman who just tried to help somebody to fear for her safety. And we were not going to rest until she felt safe again. Those 2 examples demonstrate that 6 decades after a bomb was planted here at the 16th Street Baptist Church, we still face the threat of people motivated by prejudice and hate turning to violence. These examples also demonstrate that hate crimes can run the gamut from a single act carried out on one day that devastates our entire nation to an agonizing series of harassments that grind down a person or a community over years. In both examples, the victims turn to law enforcement first. But that's not always the case, is it? And who do you call when the police are the ones terrorizing you? Now, let me be clear here. I've spent most of my career working proudly, shoulder to shoulder, with law enforcement officers, the overwhelming majority of whom are in the job because they think of others before themselves, no matter the cost. They work long hours, don't get paid nearly enough, and rarely get the attention or credit they deserve. It takes something extraordinary for somebody to be willing to put their life on the line for another person. And I'm not talking about a member of their own family. I'm talking about potentially giving their life to protect a total stranger. And to do that day after day, year after year, for an entire career, on the job and off duty too, well, it takes a pretty special person to choose that life, and fortunately, departments all across the country are staffed full of them. Which is why, when officers violate their oath and hurt the ones they're sworn to serve instead of protecting them, it's a discredit to those scores and scores of brave men and women who do the job the right way each and every day. It's why law enforcement at all levels shares an interest in holding those who stray accountable, and why investigating color of law violations is an absolutely essential part of our civil rights program. Color of law crimes occur when an individual acting under the authority of federal, state, or local laws willfully deprives someone of their constitutional rights. That could be excessive force, false arrest, or obstruction of justice, sexual assault, withholding medical care, or the failure to keep an individual from harm. An investigation the FBI's Jackson, Mississippi field office conducted last year represents a particularly heinous example. In January of 2023, without a warrant or any exigent circumstances, 6 white law enforcement officers kicked in the door of a home where 2 black men were staying and subjected them to an hour and a half of pure hell. Despite having no probable cause to believe either had committed a crime, the 6 officers handcuffed and arrested the men, kicked and beat them, bombarded them with racial slurs, forced them to strip naked, assaulted them with a variety of objects, tased them not once, not twice, but 17 times, and fired their guns to intimidate them. But that wasn't enough. One of the officers had the idea to stage a mock execution. So he took his weapon and secretly removed a bullet from the chamber. He then put the barrel into one victim's mouth and pulled the trigger, dry firing the gun. Then he did it again, but this time the gun didn't dry fire. It discharged, sending a bullet into the victim's mouth, lacerating his tongue and breaking his jaw. Can you imagine the abject terror those 2 victims must have felt? No human being should ever be subjected to the torture, the trauma, the horrific acts of violence carried out by these individuals. And as their gunshot victim lay bleeding on the floor, what do you think these 6 law enforcement officers, men who had sworn an oath to serve and protect, did next? Well, I can tell you what they didn't do. They did not render aid. Instead, they came up with a cover story and then took steps to corroborate it. All of that came out through the course of the FBI's Color of Law investigation, worked in collaboration with our federal and state partners. And as a result, all 6 pled guilty last August, and just a few weeks ago, they were given sentences ranging from 10 to 40 years, more than 132 years total for the 6 of them. Those 6 officers in Mississippi inflicted their cruelty on 2 innocent men who had done nothing wrong. But it's one of the foundational principles of our nation that criminals have civil rights too. And color of law violations can be committed by anyone acting under the lawful authority, including public officials, prosecutors, and judges, as well as probation and corrections officers, which is why we also investigate color of law crimes committed against inmates, including a recent case from the William E. Donaldson Correctional Facility just a half an hour west of here. On February 16th, 2022, a correction officer shift commander grabbed a 60-year-old inmate who he outweighed by more than 100 pounds out of a food line and sprayed him with a blend of chemicals. When the inmate fell, he yanked him back up, dragged him to the prison gym, and slammed him to the floor. Security cameras recorded as he got the inmate back to his feet, dragged him to a holding cell, handcuffed him to a bench, and began beating him. He hit, kicked, slapped, and punched this older, much smaller man who cowered on the ground, all while still restrained. Between taking pauses to rest, the officer sprayed chemicals into the inmate's open mouth. And when the spray ran out, he beat his victim with the empty canister. Over the course of more than 5 minutes, the officer continued the beatings. Later video from the prison infirmary shows that same officer stalking behind prison nurses as they treated the inmate, including when he stepped in to yell at the inmate being treated, pushing him and grabbing his face. After the incident, the officer filed a report documenting their movements, but he omitted any use of force from his report. A week later, the inmate was found unconscious in his cell, and a report was filed saying he had fallen that day. 2 days later, the inmate was dead, with the cause of death listed as a head injury from the fall. But in the week after his beating, before he died, the inmate wrote and mailed a letter detailing the abuse. That letter led to a trail of evidence, and during our investigation, we found that not only did this officer have a history of abusing inmates, but he admitted to conducting a similar chemical and physical attack against a different inmate less than 3 months earlier. We continued our investigation, and in September, he pled guilty to using excessive force and to lying in an official report to cover up his abuse. In December, he was sentenced to more than 7 years in federal prison. So, what do these two recent cases have in common? In both, individuals in positions of authority abused the authority entrusted to them. And when that happens, when law enforcement or corrections officers operate as though they're above the law, they're not just depriving victims of their civil rights, they're degrading the public's trust in everyone else in law enforcement and in our criminal justice system as a whole, one violation at a time. No one is above the law, and the FBI will continue investigating color of law abuses as one of our most important responsibilities. Looking back across the 61 years since this church and the ideas and the movement it stood for were attacked by 4 men with hate in their hearts, I see progress towards a better present and a more hopeful future. I see law enforcement and community leaders here and across the country working together with a common vision of justice. I see that your work and the work of many before us has changed society, has bent the arc so that when hateful acts occur, rather than obscuring that ugliness and protecting those who inflicted it, people instead shine a light on it, and we can move more swiftly to get justice. But civil rights crimes are unfortunately not likely to go away, not hate crimes, and not color of law violations. And as we look to the future to combat threats like these, we've got to remember the lessons of the past, and we've got to continue to learn from it if we're going to continue to bend the world towards justice. That's one of the reasons it's so important to me to have all our new special agents and intelligence personnel visit the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial in Washington, D.C. as part of their initial training. The course of study incorporates explicit discussion of Director Hoover's request and Attorney General Robert Kennedy's approval to wiretap Dr. King. That wiretap application was just 5 sentences long. It didn't present any evidence, but simply referred to, and I quote, the communist influence in the racial situation. That is a far cry from the Title III or FISA applications that our agents now prepare for judicial review, which are sometimes hundreds of pages long. And every new agent and analyst today knows why that's the case. Today's FBI understands how our past led to our present, meaning we take incredible care to earn and to be deserving of the trust invested in us with the authorities we have. And we make sure that we've got the capabilities to respond when hate rears its head in the future. But this important visit for our new employees isn't the only way we look to the future in protecting civil rights and upholding this part of our mission. We've also shifted from being merely reactive in this space to being proactive. We've got a whole host of efforts aimed at stopping or minimizing future civil rights violations. Our Federal Civil Rights National Training Initiative, which our Birmingham office actively participates in, educates law enforcement officers on hate crimes and color law violations. The training explores everything from defining criminal misconduct and describing the investigative process to discussing an officer's duty to intervene, the implications of denial of medical care, and data supporting our use of force analysis. Any law enforcement organization can request that training, and we'll come to you. This past year, when the Memphis Police Department requested color of law training, agents from FBI headquarters and our Memphis division worked together to train the entire PD. That's about 1,400 officers, including command staff. Our civil rights program also works to educate the public on how to recognize and report civil rights crimes as a victim or as a witness. We make that easy with a phone number and a website linked to a QR code that can be posted anywhere, including on pamphlets and resource guides we've translated into 17 languages. We also provide funding so each FBI field office can tailor an outreach campaign to its area of responsibility. I know our Birmingham office runs monthly ads in publications like the Birmingham Times, Latino News, and Southern Jewish Life to raise awareness on hate crimes reporting. We also work with Alabama A&M, Miles College, and Lawson State Community College, and meet together with the U.S. Attorney with a committee of representatives from various multicultural groups here in Alabama. And we work with programs the Justice Department sponsors, including the United Against Hate program that Kristen talked about. And of course, things like this conference and your work this week are another critical part of bending the world towards justice. Because this conference is not just aimed at reaching justice more quickly after tragedy, but at turning hate into respect and in preventing tragedy from happening at all. In that effort, I'm reminded of another quote, not by Dr. King, but by Frederick Douglass. He said, "It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men." I think that's the real goal of our work and the vision of justice we all share, one where our investigations aren't necessary at all. In the work you do, you all are continuing the legacy of the giants of the civil rights movement, and I'm grateful for the work you're doing together to bend the world towards justice, and know that the FBI stands with you in that effort. Thank you.
FBI Director Christopher Wray, we learned from Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clarke that hate crimes or message crimes, and from Director Wray that there's seemingly no limit to what hateful people and those who will abuse their authority will do to violate the civil rights of others, just heinous cases. But I think we learned from both of them as well that we all as a society have a responsibility to continue pushing that arc of the moral universe towards justice, no matter how long it takes. Because as we learned from everyone we've heard so far this morning on the prosecution of the people who bombed this church and killed 4 girls and injured others, that justice delayed is not justice denied. It's coming if we keep pushing. At this time, we will hear from Police Chief Annetta Nunn, our former Police Chief Annetta Nunn. I love her heart. I love her song. She has a song for us, His Eye is on the Sparrow.
Good morning. want to thank our FBI director for his words, and I'm glad to say for 28 years I served as one of those who were on the right side of serving law enforcement, and hopefully continue to set an example to bridge the gap with our community, and that's what it's all about. Why should I be discouraged? And why should the shadows come? Why should my heart feel lonely and long for heaven and home? When Jesus is my portion, a constant friend is He. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches me. I sing because I'm happy, and I sing because I'm free. His eye is on the sparrow, and I know He watches me. I sing because I'm happy, and I sing because I'm free. His eye is on the sparrows, and I know, and I know, and I know He watches me. Thank you. Thank you for Dr. Briggs requesting that song. And I just mentioned it, that was the last song that I had a chance to sing for Reverend Fred Shuttlesworth when they honored him at a program at his former church in Bethel in Collegeville. So it means a lot, because we know that all your civil rights soldiers who are here, the foot soldiers, and we said those who are still on the forefront, law enforcement, community citizens, anyone who's still working to bend that arc of justice, you got to keep your eye on the sparrow. Jesus brought me through my career. The civil rights movement, that was the base of it. And so we must continue to believe that that's what's going to continue to lead us on. Thank you.
All right, we're getting ready to have church. Amen. If you guys want to just stand and stretch, because you've probably got that thing in your watch saying stand up, time to stand. We're going to stand 1 second. Really, I'm going to count to 10. Just stand. Feels good. Three, two, one. Our next presenter is Dr. John Fox. Now, this is cool because we've heard some of the work that the FBI has been doing. Dr. Fox has been the FBI historian since 2003, and you've probably seen him on television. You may have heard him on a podcast or addressing an audience sharing the history of the FBI, stories about its origin, its high-profile cases, its stumbles and mistakes, its ability to adapt and evolve as it works to meet the mission of the American people. That mission is to protect the American people, to uphold the Constitution of the United States. He's the co-author of the FBI, A Centennial History, 1908 to 2008. John's True FBI Stories look at the history of the FBI and terrorism, counterintelligence, cybercrime, public corruption, civil rights, organized crime, white-collar crime, and violent crime. You can read more about his profile, but right now I want to invite you to listen to Dr. Fox as he presents how the events in Birmingham influenced the Civil Rights Act and the FBI cases we've heard so much about. Dr. Fox, will you please come up? Will you guys welcome him?
Good morning and thank you. It's humbling for a historian to be on a spot of such significance for the city, for the movement, for our nation. For the Bureau, it is also a humbling experience, both because of the stories that I get to tell, and oftentimes they're the good ones, but also for those that I have to tell because they show where we have failed, where we have to reflect, where we have to improve, where we have not met our mission. So with that, I'd like to talk about the origins of the work that the FBI has done, how it has evolved over the years in this area, and where we are going from there. And I'm going to be building on AAG Clarke's remarks and Director Wray's remarks, not focusing as much on specific incidences, but on the overall arc of history, even as it reveals where justice has been moving. So, the Civil War was barely 5 years over as Congress struggled to solidify the gains for freedom that a newly reunited states claimed for all Americans. Our Constitution was refined with several amendments to declare an end to slavery and equal rights for all, regardless of past condition of servitude. Crime and hate, though, followed that bloody war as the first iteration of the Klan arose. Their hatred and criminal actions targeted the newly freed African Americans, traumatized over the previous centuries of slavery, those most vulnerable following the war. The promise of freedom proved easier made than met. In the midst of this, the Department of Justice was created. An 1870 act of Congress gave President Grant and his Attorney General Ascherman some tools to execute the laws and ends of the Constitution, and at least begin to challenge the criminal actions flowing from the sentiments of hate that had led so many Americans to secede only a few years earlier. At first, the Attorney General had few resources to do this, to investigate the perpetrators of the Klan's crimes. It was the Treasury Department's Secret Service, actually, that stepped in, as it was one of the sole effective and organized federal investigative services around. Under Attorney General Ascherman, Secret Service agents investigated the Klan's crimes and worked with the Department of Justice and the U.S. Army personnel to try and stem the violence fostered by this initial explosion of violence. In 1872, only 2 years after DOJ was created, Congress gave the Attorney General the first appropriation to detect and prosecute crime. Under this act, the Attorney General could hire detectives, investigators, Secret Servicemen. The term was interchangeable in those days, to build the evidentiary case needed by U.S. attorneys to prosecute. This division of labor was necessary so that the demands of the criminal law could be met. It would be under this act, too, that the FBI would be created some 35 years later. Federal action against the Klan's evil stemmed enough of the violence in the South that Americans began to be more concerned about problems elsewhere in the nation. This loss of focus and interest by the majority on the conditions of African Americans especially led to the tragic abandonment of Reconstruction's promise of equal protection and left sentiments of hate-filled resentment to fester in our nation's states. The former and future Confederates were allowed to reintegrate into our nation's politics, and although the violence was diminished, the effects of slavery's trauma and the hate that flowed from it remained a legacy in our political culture. And so the forces of hate and crime slowly interred themselves as revenants in our cultural soil. They emerged in new form in the practice of peonage, for instance, that emerged in the South, and the exclusionary and punitive Jim Crow laws enacted to further restrict the rights of African Americans. The federal government did not ignore all of this as it developed. In the first decade and a half of the 20th century, Presidents Roosevelt and Taft's departments of justice did pursue businesses and others who forced people to work to pay off a debt, putting them into a state akin to slavery. That's what peonage was. Some of Justice's first female investigators and lawyers, for instance, were among those who pursued such allegations, from the immigrant communities of New York to the rural areas of the South. Businesses like those that produced turpentine and built railroads were among the occupations that were taking advantage of the freed men of the South. Peonage put people in a catch-22. Oftentimes, the debts were minor, and yet to pay them off, they had to work. And the work didn't pay them enough to pay for their livelihood, and so the person who held the debt continued to support them, basically taking their work for minimal return. This shadow of slavery, as historian Peter Daniels called it, was a true civil rights crime. Prosecutions, though, were tough, and evidence alone was often not enough. But the public focus, at least in the early 20th century, brought to these crimes appeared to have something of a salutary effect. The wider imposition of a legal culture of segregation and the sequential redenial of African American voting rights under Jim Crow laws, though, was ignored on the misbegotten notion that federal interest did not encroach on such states' prerogatives. It's also at this time that the Bureau comes into the picture. We were created after Congress in the spring of 1908 forbade the U.S. Secret Service from loaning detectives to other government agencies. This put the Attorney General of the day in a bind because he had been relying on some of those detectives for key work of the department. He was about to lose a third of the detectives that he could call upon at the start of the new fiscal year in July. Some quick organizational innovation moved existing investigators together onto a single team. Some of them investigated land fraud, some were white-collar crime investigators, and some of them were peonage investigators. By mid-July, the Attorney General had 34 special agents on board, and with that, he announced to the U.S. attorneys that if they needed a detective, they should call Washington, D.C. We take this announcement on July 26, 1908 as our birthday. There were few federal laws comparatively back then, and of the 24 or so that we were tasked to investigate under, our remit covered a wide general range like ours do today. Our responsibilities ranged from national security to property crimes and frauds to violent crime, if it occurred on government property, to white-collar matters and to civil rights, especially peonage. Within days of Bonaparte's memo, Bonaparte was our Attorney General at the time, agents were pursuing allegations that Rose Hill, North Carolina local law enforcement colluded with family members to enslave an African American resident. Since our agents had to report daily back to DC, one agent on August 12th wrote, "We learned that a Negro who was reported as being held for death had a brother-in-law here named A. Wills. We secured a horse and buggy, drove out to his home in Webtown, and secured the following statement from him." Mr. Wills talked about how a friend of his who was boarding with him had been basically accosted at 3 a.m. in the morning and taken by the local constable, a man named Asia Fussell, and High Ward, who was a police officer in the immediate area. They had told the man, Arthur Dixon, that he was under arrest for a debt that he owed to J.H. Fussell, who happened to be the constable's father, and they placed handcuffs on him and took him to prison. The next morning, Asia Fussell tied Dixon up with a rope and basically dragged him back to Rose Hill. There, he was put to work for the constable's father to pay off a debt of $4.20. Even in that day, that's not a significant debt. These kinds of investigations appear regularly in our early records. Agent Allred, who wrote that report, and his colleagues spent much of their time over the next 3 months pursuing this case and related ones. But although we don't know the exact disposition of it, we can probably guess. In most peonage cases of the time, people like the Footsoldiers probably pled guilty, paid a fine, which was minor at most, and were given a short, suspended sentence, if anything at all. Or perhaps Arthur Dixon moved on. He might have been frozen out of the local economy because the feds had gotten involved. Or he simply wanted a better job opportunity, and this, of course, is a period of time when African Americans were beginning that migration from the South to the North to look for jobs in the industrial economy and to avoid the strictures of Jim Crow. Or, as all too often was common, peonage was so accepted in the day by local juries that there might not have even been an indictment. Or if there was, the jury might have not convicted, depending not on the evidence, but simply on the nature of the case. Even as the Bureau pursued such matters with interest and vigor, at times, frustrations grew. Success was fleeting. The underlying hate that fueled the crimes was left unaddressed. As a new administration came in to power in 1913, federal policy changed. And this also is a story of our approach to civil rights over the years. We answer to the Department of Justice that answers to the president. And so policy does flow from on top, even as we look to see what is the threat that we are facing. And this can have an impact on things. Peonage investigations were not a priority under the Wilson administration. And of course, Jim Crow itself remained untouched. Washington, D.C. itself was a small southern segregated town, and that too had an effect on our governing culture. We allowed the hate that leads to crime, that leads to trauma, to fester. And the Bureau of Investigation pursued other priorities, despite the promise of our Constitution, even as amended to address those issues. World War I, of course, dominated those priorities for years, and that's not surprising. World conflicts do that because of the role that we play in them. America's experience during the war emerged with growing fears, though, of revolutionary activism, especially sparked by the Russian Revolution of 1917 and the Bolshevik vow to spread their success across the world. Real concerns, but not plausibly clear and present dangers to our nation, as so many civil rights crimes can be. Concerns about subversion by anarchists and labor radicals, often inseparable in practice, had led to the pursuit of violators of the U.S. Neutrality Acts and domestic terrorist provisions throughout our first decade. Elements of these concerns, though, also blended in part with concerns over the effects that radicalism might have on our racial minority groups, tired of America's unfulfilled promises. The embrace of radical violence spurred reaction and overreaction by the department and its bureau. And too often it was tinged by racial considerations as well. Among those we investigated in such matters were Marcus Garvey and Dr. Du Bois. Vague worries that other radicals might seek to stoke African American fears and hopes due to the lack of rights extended them often drove those investigations. As a percentage of our work at the time, even that of our anti-radical work separately, the matters that dealt with race and radicalism were small but significant. The summer race riots in 1919 in Chicago and Washington and elsewhere were investigated to see if IWW agitators had sparked them. not for the color of law violations that often occurred, and not for the causes that truly spurred the unrest. Bureau agents ultimately concluded that it was general labor and racial unrest, though, not the outside agitators that had fed such problems. Instances of racist violence against African American communities, like the attacks in Rosewood or Tulsa, though, did not spark strong national DOJ response, and therefore Bureau interest. You can see that our policy was blinded towards many of the domestic threats that really did exist. As an aside, it was at this time that the Bureau hired its first known African American agent, a DC police officer and decorated World War I veteran. Other minority agents followed, but the numbers remained minuscule until the 1960s. And then they only grew slightly larger as we struggled to affirmatively hire more minority employees, especially as agents. The 20s were remembered for other crimes, prohibition mostly, and issues of concern regarding our minority communities remained overshadowed. The Bureau investigated related matters under the Title 18 prohibitions regarding the violation of constitutional rights and color of law type matters. But the numbers of rights that these investigations covered and the number of cases that we pursued were few. Peonage continued to be one of them, but neither the Bureau nor the administration's focus fell to these issues, and they were few among many responsibilities that fell under our broad umbrella of authority. That doesn't mean that we were completely ignoring some of the crimes fueled by hate that were going on. The 20s were also known as a resurgence of the Klan. And the Bureau quickly got involved in matters investigating this resurgence. Governor John Parker of Louisiana actually sent a private letter through a reporter friend of his to the federal government petitioning the Department of Justice to help. In a memo dated September 25th, 1922, J. Edgar Hoover, who was then the assistant director of the Bureau, the number 2 in charge, informed the director that the reporter had brought the personal letter from Parker to the department. His memo read, "The governor has been unable to use either the mails, telegraph, or telephone because of interference by the Klan. Conditions had been brought to a head at Mer Rouge when 2 white men were done away with mysteriously." We must note, of course, that Hoover's noted concern, even here, was not obviously the targeting of minority rights or religious rights, both of which the Klan of the day was attacking, but rather those of the majority. As Dr. Beverly Gage has shown in her prize-winning biography, Hoover did not always travel far from his roots as a native of that small segregated southern town, Washington. Hoover at that time wrote that the reporter also said the governor was seeking assistance because local authorities were absolutely inactive and because federal judges and prosecuting attorneys had been corrupted. Bureau assistance proved strong and varied, and investigations covered the nation, as did the Klan's resurgence. And it showed both successes and failures in thwarting some of the Klan's activities. Of course, the Klan's actions and prejudices reflected wider hatreds that could not be addressed. The Bureau's biggest success in its work turned out to be a prostitution charge against a Klan leader. The use of the White Slave Traffic Act, as it was called in the day, had been controversial. As you may have heard, of course, the Bureau had used it in the Wilson administration to go after Jack Johnson, the heavyweight champion of the world, because he had been dating a white woman. In this case, they were going after the leader of the Klan, as he had taken his mistress across state lines. And the way the law read, it said if a woman is taken across state lines for immoral purposes, that will be a federal crime. It was a roundabout way of getting at prostitution and left open both a chain of abuse, but also a chain where innovation could be used to try to tackle a problem. highlighting the immorality of the Klan in their personal life, even as they tried to champion themselves as the knights of civilization, proved effective at the time, in part to diminish the Klan's moral authority as it proposed. Too often, though, we can see that our civil rights laws themselves were too weak to deal with the problem that existed. Even so, there were some gains made, and Franklin Roosevelt, when he came into office in the 1930s, sought to push these further. The Roosevelt administration took an interest in the enforcement of civil rights laws. And as part of his second New Deal, both the Bureau and the Department of Justice created administrative sections to handle civil rights matters, even as there was a resurgence of federal anti-radical concern and potential unrest through World War II and the early Cold War period due to influence of the Communist Party. This was one of the many categories of potential radical activity to be tracked. And of course, racial unrest was one of these. The Bureau was unable to separate true complaints about denials of freedom from their fears that these might be stoked for radical reasons. As fear rose, so too does the possibility that our policies get sidetracked. We can see this in the aftermath of World War II. African American soldiers came home from the war saying, why are we fighting for freedom in Europe, but not getting it here? Groups like the NAACP were beginning to try and chip away at the legal basis of segregation in the South, actions that would culminate in decisions like Brown versus Board of Education in '54. President Truman created a committee on civil rights to consider the Justice Department and its FBI's work in these areas. It evaluated the efforts, noting some successes, like the Bureau's efforts to professionalize state and local police forces through its National Academy. More police education is a good thing. On the other hand, it was not aimed at dealing with the hatred and the trauma that so many of our laws and practices had created. The Bureau was also praised for thwarting a lynching of a young African American in North Carolina in 1947, and for Bureau and Justice Department investigations of of a North Carolina voting registrar for denying an African American teacher the right to register on account of race. And yet, these successes were few. Furthermore, the commission said that the Bureau and the department faced some key structural weaknesses. The statutory tools that we had to call upon were weak. Our personnel numbers and training were insufficient. The cooperation between U.S. attorneys in the civil rights section of DOJ at the time centered around the FBI's ability to investigate these matters and needed to be deeper in and of itself. And of course, the hostility often of local officers and local communities to the work that was being called for on the national level was an ongoing concern. The commission noted that there were indications that on occasion, investigations in this very difficult and highly specialized area did not measure up to the Bureau's high standard in handling of other types of cases. Evidence that agents felt these matters to be burdensome and difficult existed, and investigations were not always fully pursued as they needed to be. All of these, of course, flowed in part from our management. And as you know, Director Hoover's approach to these things was often passive at best. the commission didn't have any lasting impact at the time. The number of investigations increased. The number of violent attacks was also increasing. The Jim Crow behind so much of it continued unabated. The victories, though, that the witness of African American soldiers in World War II brought home, that the NAACP was beginning to push, and that the growing movement to challenge segregation here in the South that African Americans were putting forward, and that brought Dr. King to the front as a leader, were all having an impact. And those growing witnesses to freedom challenged the old regime in a new way. And all too often that regime responded with violence. And people wanted to know, why isn't the FBI, the #1 law enforcement organization in America, doing more? The Bureau followed the evolving Truman and Eisenhower administration policies and did increase its work in the civil rights era. By 1954, we were claiming 1,458 investigations of civil rights violations. More than 1,200 of these were color of law ones. We don't know how many of those specifically involved an issue of race per se, as general police violence would also fall under many of those, and there were many victims. But these cases only led to 37 matters being brought before grand juries for indictments. And of those, only 23 actually yielded criminal prosecutions, and only 5 of those 23 cases led to convictions. The frustrations that the Truman Commission had noted continued. Bureau agents wanted to do their job. They wanted to show that they were stopping crimes. And when they couldn't, for reasons out of their control, they got discouraged. When we add these up, these accountings don't recognize the hate of those days, even as only a few of the crimes were addressed. And no one was talking about the actual trauma of those who had been the victims. The Bureau did investigate the targeting of some civil rights activists, like the shooting of Reverend Lee in Mississippi. But only a glancing look was taken of the murder and mutilation of Emmett Till. The crime was seen as falling outside of federal civil rights law. And all too often, that was an easy excuse for not doing something. Our national disgrace, of course, was reaching untenable limits by early 1963, and the actions of Dr. King and so many others here. The public witness of the civil rights movement and the execrable actions of our fellow citizens against it, especially those, from our perspective in the Bureau, of our fellow law enforcement officers here in the South, forced the federal government to take a more active role in trying to staunch the growing victimizations of Americans calling for equal civil rights. The Bureau would investigate when it thought it had jurisdiction. Hoover staunchly argued that we were not a protective service. And of course, when federal forces were called for helping to protect students integrating schools and matters like that, it was the U.S. Marshals of our Department of Justice that were tasked with that service, not the Bureau itself. When local hate-filled Alabamans detonated a bomb here on the morning of 9/15. As director said, we were on the job as soon as we heard. Our forensic experts left immediately. All hands were on deck. And we made the case a special. It was our top response category. And as Director A also mentioned, we soon had a strong idea of who the guilty were. But the old hatreds, the denials of old traumas, the unwillingness of people to talk because of their fear, and in some cases the burden of family ties, continued to block justice. The standards of evidence expected by our courts was another hurdle that we had to meet, also of which Director Wray talked about with regards to some of our surveillance recordings. But that hurdle is not one to be regretted, as it's a key part of the demand for civil rights, that is due process, in this case itself. A third condition, and one that President Johnson would soon tackle, was the lack of stronger national civil rights laws. And as you well know, the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Acts both followed these violent crimes. Charging those we knew or strongly suspected of having committed the bombings with things like the illegal transportation and purchase of dynamite, about the only federal law we could get them with at the time, are a mockery to the trauma of the victims of the Blantons and Cherries and Chamberlains and so forth of the day. Our agents, as Director Wray noted, continued to be frustrated. Many of our other investigations during this period were similarly troubled. Even as we blanketed Mississippi the next year, searching for Cheney, Goodman, and Shermer through the July of '64, we faced both local hatred and threats to our agents' lives. We were receiving a small taste of what African Americans had experienced for so long there. Our agents had to ingrain lessons that they were in hostile lands, check under their cars and in their mailboxes for bombs, watch their backs on and off duty, and face numerous other challenges as we pursued our mission. In the case of the Klan in Mississippi, we took more active and less legal actions against them, and they were effective. But you have to be careful, because the FBI, as a law enforcement organization, must follow the law. As effective as the counterintelligence programs against the Klan were, they were things that we had to have done differently. And it was in their revelation, of course, in the 1970s, especially, that we were not only tackling the Klan with those, but also using them against Dr. King and so many others, that the true wrongness of that program was revealed. So the FBI at the time is a very paradoxical organization. Our agents on the ground want very much to enforce the law, and those include the civil rights laws. They very much want to stop the violence. And there were many others, of course, who were working with them there. And the signals from headquarters on those issues were very clear. Supervisory Special Agent James Ingram, who was a key player in Mississippi, said the orders from headquarters were crystal clear. You will do whatever it takes to defeat the Klan, and you will do whatever it takes to bring law and order back to Mississippi. And yet, even as our investigators did this, suggesting the Bureau at its best, our director's own failings were showing us at our worst. His public argument with Dr. King over the role of the FBI in the early '60s rapidly degenerated into a personal vendetta against Dr. King. he attempted to destroy his public image and presence using the fruits of FBI investigations and ability to act. His distorted focus on possible communist influence in social causes that he didn't embrace, especially the civil rights movement, led to his growing isolation from the clarion call for equal civil rights, and Hoover's leadership fostered severe abuses of our purpose and mission. Rather than upholding our Constitution, some of Director Hoover's actions and those of people under him led to a rejection of the very mission we had sworn to the first day each of us began working as a federal employee. It was the revelations of these actions after Hoover's death, of course, that led to the permanent damage of his reputation, which had previously been stellar. And it led us in the Bureau to have to engage in deep soul searching, even as the Senate and the House exerted their post-Watergate push to instill effective oversight of the U.S. intelligence community. Directors Kelly and Webster, who succeeded Hoover, both worked with the men and women of the Bureau to address legitimate criticisms and to begin the many-year-long process of rebuilding the trust that we had lost in the face of the revelations about Hoover's and our excesses, especially those with regards to Dr. King. As part of this push to rehabilitate ourselves, Directors Webster and Sessions and those who have followed him since worked to bring on board men and women of color to address past actions that ignored and overlooked them. Director Webster, for instance, would keep a running log of minority hires so that he knew at any point where he stood in bringing more diversity to the Bureau. The needles changed at a very slow pace, as you well know. And ingrained practices in how we identify and promote and manage our people often led to the need for our onboard minority employees to challenge our practices in court. Groups of African American and Hispanic and women employees all talked about the old boy network in the Bureau and how it needed to change. Each director since Hoover, though, has expressed the keen need for wider diversity in the Bureau. In the years after Hoover, civil rights enforcement rose to be a significant investigative effort of the FBI, and eventually, as Director Wray pointed out, a top priority of ours. And we also returned to those failed cold cases of the past to bring justice and closure where we could. Memories of those days had faded. The pioneers of the civil rights movement, the very victims of racist violence, and those further intimidated in its aftermath, their friends and family, were passing on, as were the perpetrators of those earlier acts of hate and the trauma that they left. The brightness of justice for all was paling, even as we continued to seek to identify the guilty and develop enough evidence for our DOJ colleagues to pursue them in court through the cold case initiative of the 21st century. That story is largely closed now, but its need was clear. We could not forget the hate that fueled such crimes, nor the trauma that it inflicted on our nation's people, and especially the victims. Our training, as Director Wray has noted, keeps the memory of this alive for us as we continue to protect the civil rights of our fellow Americans. Our priorities emphasize upholding civil rights for all. Our hiring practices seek to raise the number of minorities in our organization. Our outreach seeks to reach out to those communities that we had so ignored in the past. As Assistant Attorney General Clarke said here on the 60th anniversary of the bombing last year, we will champion transcendental ideals of freedom and equality to dispel the discord of hate and prejudice. The story that I get to tell of the Bureau, both its strengths and its weaknesses, its successes and its failings, show that the FBI really is a mirror of America at its best and at its worst. And ultimately, the heart of the mission that we strive to fulfill, to protect our fellow Americans, to uphold our Constitution, is at the center of what all of us want from our nation: liberty and security. It's a good story to be able to tell, and I'm honored, deeply honored, that the Bureau has let me do so for so long. I'm especially humbled that the community here at the 16th Street Church, the Civil Rights Institute, and our Birmingham office invited me to join them today. And I'm especially pleased to have you all here to talk to. So thank you very much.
I just asked him briefly if he wanted to entertain any questions. We do have lunch coming up momentarily, but if there were any questions specifically for the FBI historian while he's here, I thought we should take advantage of that.
I've handled everything from UFOs to Bigfoot, so it could be anything.
I'm curious, you mentioned the first black agent in the
Yes.
early 20th century, and then the higher in the latter part. But in between, was what happened?
Well, you can go. Oh yeah, thank you very much. Pretty much, the first known, and I use that phrase very specifically, agent hired, was in 1919. His name was James Jones. And since then, we have always had African American agents. Now, for many years, that meant at most a handful. Some of them were probably more symbolic than anything else, because several of the African American gentlemen working in Hoover's front office were promoted to agent, I think probably to get them a better pay grade and to let them carry firearms for defense purposes. But there were also, from 1919 on, actual African American agents who did investigations, carried a badge, carried a gun. Training was not done the way normal agents were at the time, because Virginia and DC were both segregated, among other things, and they didn't go there, so they basically gave them a course of almost self-study back in the office. But we had, James Amos was an agent from 1920 into the 1950s. We had a father and son team named Strider out in Los Angeles who served for many decades. We had agents down in Florida and so forth. But the numbers were never more than a handful. 1960s, in the Kennedy administration, we were told that needed to change. And so we bring on the first African American agents brought to Quantico in 1962, and from there, we actually more actively sought to hire minority agents, and that obviously picked up in the years after that. So, we had some women agents in the 20s, but pretty much as the Bureau's mission became more active, I guess the patriarchalism kind of took stead, and it was decided that that's not a position that a woman should hold. So from about 1929 to 1972, there were no women agents. After 1972, just following Hoover's death, we brought in the first couple. I think it would have happened anyway. The laws had changed, federal practice had changed. Hoover wasn't going to be able to prevent that anymore. We always had Hispanic agents. We had Asian agents even, in the World War II era. Again, this is not, we're not some poster of, success in, recruiting practices. But there were a few, very few. So over time, and it was there were so few that most agents even didn't realize that there were black agents in the Bureau, unless they worked in the office with the people. So.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr.
Thank
Fox.
you.
And so we've made it to the point where the morning sessions have ended. We will break for lunch. Lunch is on your own, and if you have that QR code, there are restaurants that are listed that are in the vicinity. We will reconvene in this space at 1 o'clock for a dynamic afternoon of panel discussions. And so we do hope you'll come back. That's about a 75-minute break. Is that correct? A little longer. Okay. So we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. You've got about 30 seconds. Well, I do hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. You got a chance to network, fellowship, catch up with some old friends. Our second half of the day, I believe, is going to help us better understand trauma as it relates to hate. We'll get an opportunity to hear from those who have experienced that type of trauma personally. We'll hear from them later. First, we'll learn about the science of trauma from our next presenter. That's Dr. Lee Ascherman. Dr. Ascherman, who is a graduate of Case Western School of Medicine, holds a Master's of Public Health from Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. He's presently the adjunct professor of medical education at UAB School of Medicine and a clinical professor of psychiatry in the UAB Department of Psychiatry. Dr. Ascherman has written extensively on the impacts of trauma and recently presented 5 Little Girls, Trauma, the Long-Term Consequences of Racially Motivated Violence and the Impact of the Prosecution of Hate Crimes on Individual and Community Healing, the Impact of Systemic Racial Inequality, Immigration Policies, and Racially Motivated Violence on Children, Intersection of Law, Civil Rights, Public Policy, and Public Health. You have the opportunity to scan the QR code to read more of his bio and his background, to learn about the type of work he does. But please, at this time, let's welcome Dr. Lee Ascherman.
Okay, thank you. I hope I can
It'll pick you up.
Work this thing. You have to excuse me because I got to look at it to be fairly coherent. But I wanted to walk you through more than just the absolute science of trauma, but to give you a historical context and to then help you understand its relationship from psychological and psychoanalytic perspectives to ideas about what generates hate and ultimately crime and atrocity. So, is it doing something? No? Supposed to? Oh, where? There we go. I hope. Well, maybe that's not progress. Let's see. You guys, any idea? I have I have it on my computer, if that helps.
Tell me your name again.
Oh, it's Lee Ascherman. I have it on the computer. Sure.
It's just a little hiccup. We're going to work through it. We're going to shuttle that computer up to the top. Go ahead and get that done. We are trying to build in a little time for Q&A after some of the presentations, and so as you listen and you have questions, be sure to jot them down so that we can get them asked and get them answered. I thought it was really fascinating to hear from the FBI historian. I know a lot of you guys are in law enforcement. You may not have been as fascinated as I was with it, but I was like, man, we should ask him some questions. So we will try to make that opportunity available to you guys afterwards. Because some of the sessions are a little longer, so we'll build in a little time. Certainly on the panel that I get a chance to moderate, I like picking people's brains, but I know sometimes when you're sitting in an audience, you have some questions, and so if you do have them, just kind of raise your hand when we open it up, and we'll make sure to get somebody out to you with a microphone. Oh, I saw something flicker. All right. Dr. Ascherman made that happen, and he didn't even have to go upstairs. I'll present again, Dr. Lee Ascherman.
So I called it Understanding Trauma and Hate, Ancient Times to the Present, because unfortunately neither trauma or hate are modern phenomenons. Now, I haven't lost my mind and thought I'm now at a gastroenterologic conference. But I put this up intentionally so people can think as an exercise about any experiences you have had that you would call traumatic or embarrassing or difficult. What normally happens is you go over it and over it and over it in your mind in many different ways. And it is your mind's way of processing it and trying to digest what happens and to ultimately put it to rest. And that happens psychically no different than what it happens biologically. So if you eat a steak or something else, you slowly digest it, and then it becomes a part of who you are, at least part of it, and its origins are unrecognizable. So what I put up here was basically that trauma is a word that goes back almost 5,000 years in sort of Proto-Indo-European language, but the derivative of it to the modern time is the Greek traumaticus. And that means basically an idea of a wound or some kind of a penetration. This doesn't work, I guess, if I get too far.
It's on.
Okay. So by the late 1890s, the word appeared in Latin medical literature referring to a physical wound. But also, I'm sorry, by the 1690s, but by the late 1890s, it was present to talk about a psychic wound that impacts in relationship to major stress. So these are two interesting quotes, one from Virgil in the Aeneid, "No day shall erase from you the memory of time," and he's referring to a violent conflict, and something probably more people are familiar with, all creatures, large and small, William Harriot, the author, who says, he's referring to some war memories. They rely on us to be resilient, don't they? But it isn't always easy. So, the essence of trauma is overstimulation, an experience that is felt to be too much to bear. And impact is an accurate term and image, because people who are the object of trauma are as if they're struck by a force that's so strong that it cannot be psychically absorbed or repelled or metabolized. And the outcome is a breakdown or shattering. So if you think about an overloaded circuit board or an object that's struck and shatters. One of the issues or potential problems with more mainstream knowledge of trauma in both the professional and lay language is, as it has become more commonly accepted, it detracts from the appreciation of the degree of emotional devastation upon those impacted. In other words, it shouldn't be considered something that's understood in a superficial way or trendy. Many of you have seen this picture. It's Edvard Munch's The Scream, late 19th century. I always thought it was in response to some kind of event, but it was very personal for him. He was feeling ill, and what he said is, the sun was setting, the clouds were turning blood red. I sensed a scream passing through nature, and it seemed to me that I heard the scream, and I painted this picture. But if any picture ever captures what it feels like in the immediate aftermath of trauma, that's it. So there's nothing new about trauma and its sequelae. 2100 BC, the Epic of Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh witnesses the death of his close friend in battle, and he's haunted by recurrent and intrusive recollections and nightmares related to what he witnessed. In 440 BC, Herodotus, the Greek historian, describes how an individual from Athens experienced blindness in the heat of war, and that was after he saw a comrade killed in battle, and his blindness persisted over many years. And there are other authors, as you'll see, that identified something similar. Most important, in the 1600s, a Swiss physician, Johannes Hofer, coined the term nostalgia to describe what Swiss officers showed when they suffered from despair and homesickness and insomnia and anxiety. That label really caught on and was the main predecessor to PTSD for centuries. So, unfortunately, in relatively modern times, tragedy has led to a slow awareness and discovery. So this is a scene from the Civil War. But in the West, the evolution of our understanding of trauma's impact on the psyche emerged from the experiences of soldiers, as well as natural and man-made disasters. It's just some photos of the devastation at the end of the Civil War. And that during the Civil War, the term nostalgia was a common medical diagnosis among soldiers. But a number of military doctors viewed it as a sign of weakness and only affecting men of whom they called feeble will. And the remedy was public ridicule, not exactly therapeutic. After the war, physician Dr. Mendes da Costa identified cardiovascular symptoms in veterans that didn't seem related to their physical wounds. He thought they came from overstimulation of the heart's nervous system, and so it became known as soldier's heart or irritable heart. In the late 1890s, our understanding of trauma began to be recognized in civilian settings. Expansion of the railroads led to a number of rail accidents. They were quite frequent, and survivors had symptoms of what used to be reserved for soldiers, of nostalgia, which we now would recognize as PTSD. Some of them were called railroad spine or railroad brain. World War I is where the idea of shell shock was introduced. Today we would call it PTSD. In World War I, it was also called bullet air, war neurosis, or battle fatigue, or operational exhaustion. The Lancet is a prestigious British journal that's also read in this country, and the idea of shell shock was first published in 1915, describing anxiety, sensory overload, nightmares, tremor, ringing in the ears, difficulty speaking, impaired sight and hearing, and what is really poignant, the 1,000-yard stare. World War II really was no different, but there the term was battle fatigue, combat stress, reaction, combat exhaustion, but all of these terms alluded to the misunderstanding that symptoms developed were largely linked to the length of deployment. And it's estimated that about 500,000 soldiers discharged during World War II may have been discharged due to combat exhaustion. And modern times, unfortunately, have yielded more experiences, and Veterans Administration staff are taught about each theater of war and unique triggers. So, for example, veterans of the Korean War are very psychically sensitive to cold. One said once that they never warmed up afterwards. And so for those vets, freezing temperatures can serve as a trigger for painful memories and regressions. But ultimately, all trauma, even if it's a shared experience, is deeply personal. Those are from more of the recent theaters. And then civilian tragedies were recent enough that epidemiologists and psychiatrists actually tried to understand more by interviewing survivors. So in '72, there was the Logan County coal flood, and you can get a sense, but it basically overwhelmed several towns. And near that time, the Beverly Hills Supper Club, which was a major venue outside of Cincinnati, burned down precipitously due to multiple violations. And those folks were studied, both of those areas are not far from Cincinnati, and were studied largely by clinicians at Cincinnati. And everybody's familiar with Hurricane Katrina, and it was not only the trauma of the event, but it created 1 million displaced people, the largest in US history. And another part of the trauma was the collapse of governance and policing. And of course, 9/11. So if we revisit what trauma is, think of it as an overwhelming experience of extreme events that exceeds a person's ability to cope and integrate these experiences. And it causes disruption and sometimes collapse in psychological functioning. Something inherent to trauma is its suddenness, an instantaneous change from control and the expected to helplessness and the unbearable. And again, the analogy is to physical trauma. If a person incurs physical injuries from traumatic events, it's very clearly understood. The psychic equivalent is more invisible unless you're really skilled in identifying it. But we basically have a quiet skin that's psychic, that we use all the time to navigate. And when that is penetrated and overwhelmed, we collapse just like a physical body will collapse. And what's really important here is that it's not just the actual event, but what I highlight on the bottom is that it's the response to what happened that determines the overwhelming emotions and the deadening defenses against them. So whatever literally happened, how it's perceived and how a person responds and how the community responds is critical. There are different kinds of trauma. That's just a simple graph. You can have point or shock trauma, an automobile accident. It's one event, or even a single assault. Or you can have what's called sustained strain or cumulative trauma, which is all the area under the red, which would be somebody living under a hostage situation, or somebody in a chronic tension due to domestic violence. And those have overlapping manifestations, but are different in a number of ways. So as I said, physical trauma is a breach of the skin and the skeletal structures, and psychic trauma is a breach of normal defenses that are like a psychic skin. And trauma creates risk not only for PTSD, but for other disorders, including depression, anxiety, and dissociative disorders. And so how a person is constructed before a traumatic event may possibly be relevant, though many traumatic events overwhelm everyone. But the sequela of PTSD includes comorbid depression, anxiety, and dissociative disorders. So as you hear a lot about veterans now, I think a figure that's often lost is that deaths by suicide post-deployment have overtaken the number of deaths from the actual military deployment. People are familiar with some of these. They're basically the normal psychic defenses. There are many more, but basically with psychic trauma, they're overwhelmed and a person loses their psychic balance. It's kind of like if a person, when you walk and maintain your balance, you don't even think twice about it. But you're aware of it when someone has a stroke or multiple sclerosis, and all of a sudden what just warranted no thinking is impaired. The same is true. Everybody here maintains a psychic balance by their own character structure that's normal and how they operate in the world. And when that's penetrated, you can lose your balance and lose your ability to basically walk and navigate. The more recent modern terminology reflects emerging understanding and misunderstanding. Real quickly, people are familiar with the Diagnostic Statistic Manual. 1952 was the DSM-1. They had a term gross stress reaction from events like combat and disasters. But they also said that if it lasted more than 6 months, it couldn't be related to the trauma, which is clearly wrong. DSM-2 took it away and added adjustment reaction to adult life. It didn't adequately address traumatic symptoms, and it created real problems because veterans were limited for care between 68 and 80 because it wasn't considered a disorder. In 80, DSM-3 drew on research involving Holocaust survivors, war veterans, sexual trauma victims, and introduced post-traumatic stress disorder and distinguished those from stressors such as financial hardship or divorce. And this continued till 2013, where it was reworked a little bit, but given its own place and not listed under an anxiety disorder. And the reason was because it was recognized that PTSD was associated with other mood states, such as depression, as well as angry or reckless behavior, and needed to be thought of independent of a subset of one of the traditional disorders. Okay. So I'm not going to go through all the details, but if you look at a DSM-5, you're going to see it read just like this. What do you need? Exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury or sexual violence, witnessing or direct experience or learning about it happening to a loved one. And then the key next step is intrusive symptoms such as distressing memories or dreams, dissociative reactions, or distress when you are exposed to certain cues, and physiologic reactions to those, like panic. The third is avoiding distressing memories, thoughts, or feelings, or distressing reminders. And the fourth is negative alterations in cognition and mood, which can manifest as inability or difficulty remembering, persistent and exaggerated negative beliefs, including that the world is uniformly dangerous, that no one can be trusted, and that everything is my fault. Persistent, distorted cognitions about the cause or consequences of the trauma, very much with a tendency to blame oneself. Persistent moods of fear, horror, anger, and guilt, diminished interest, detachment or estrangement from others, and inability to experience positive emotions. And lastly, alterations in arousal and reactivity, and those manifest in irritable behavior, anger outbursts, reckless, destructive behaviors, hypervigilance, which is often seen with an exaggerated startle response. Everybody here has been surprised and jumped when they don't expect somebody, but ratchet it down to like very minimal threshold. Problems with concentration and sleep disturbance. And then they want you to highlight whether it's also with depersonalization or can I make this work? I guess not. So I won't. Okay, what I wanted to show here was a very pretty little path in the forest, and you play some very light music, and it seems like a lovely journey. The second one has the identical video of this lovely path, but it plays the theme from Jaws. Your experience watching it is very, very different. And when you can see this, it really sheds light on how it might be when you are approaching someone who has sustained trauma, long-term, short-term. You mean well as a clinician, as somebody from law enforcement, a community leader, and they react in a very different way because they're on the second path, even though you're hearing nice, light, classical music. You know you're a good person, you know you're well-intentioned, they can't register that. So, the immediate aftermath of trauma is helplessness, and you'll meet people who have total apathy and withdrawal or emotional storm that looks like disorganized behavior and most often panic. But the part that's apathy and withdrawal is a subtle presentation that people don't often expect, where someone is absolutely blunted and shows very little emotion while you're talking to them. Risk factors, epidemiologically higher for females, younger adults, and there's some early research suggesting some genetic types that have increased risk and some that are protective should you experience trauma. And then around trauma, obviously the dose severity, the intensity of the event, whether it's single or repeated, sustained or cascading, the perceived life threat, the personal injury incurred, and whether it involved interpersonal violence or witnessing atrocities. So a good example in some ways of like reinforcing trauma or hypervigilance. There was an earthquake in New York about 10 days ago. A number of people freaked out and started running down stairwells, exactly how you learn not to do it in grade school, because what they experienced was, this is another terrorist attack. Try standing on the stairwell and telling them otherwise. I wouldn't recommend it. Okay, PTSD course. It says it can occur after 1 year. I disagree with that because you can have pre-verbal experiences even in early infancy that can manifest later. But the symptoms usually begin within the first 3 months after the trauma. There can be delay of months, even years. The symptoms can vary over time. And about 50% of adults can experience complete recovery by 3 months. Individuals can be symptomatic for years to decades, and you can have waxing and waning of the intensity of the symptoms over time based on stressors or stimulus or new events. Elderly individuals experiencing deteriorating health, diminished cognitive ability, and loss of isolation are a particular risk. I knew a Holocaust survivor who was high functioning, rebuilt a life in this country, raised a family, but when 9/11 occurred, totally regressed and collapsed and thought it was all happening again. And so you can see that there's a latent vulnerability that can play out. It occurs in children, a little harder to recognize. The intrusive memories are not necessarily distressing appearing and evidenced in play. It may not be possible to determine the frightening content of a dream relates to trauma, and that dissociative reactions like flashbacks can occur through play and not be as dramatic or evident. I'm not going to go into the details other than to say there's a separate entity called acute stress disorder. Basically, you don't have to ring all the bells, you still have to have exposure, and one of any of the other areas of intrusion, intrusive symptoms, negative mood, dissociative symptoms, and avoidance, and arousal symptoms with sleep and irritability and vigilance. The key is that if you have these symptoms and they resolve within a month, that's called acute stress disorder. Once it's beyond a month, it's post-traumatic stress disorder. We learned some after Hurricane Katrina. Some follow-up of a community sample showed that about a quarter met the criteria for major depression, way above normal rates. About a third were able to get a referral to mental health services for both major depression and PTSD. It was interesting, its impact on prenatal, perinatal risks. Women in New Orleans who were pregnant during Katrina were interviewed. And their infant's birth rate was found to be lower. And there was a sense that these disasters can have a long-term effect on pregnancy outcomes, and that women who are most vulnerable to disaster may be more vulnerable to poor pregnancy outcomes. And then the paradox of what do you do with strangers when there was follow-up in Baton Rouge. The evacuees from New Orleans were treated with distrust, but over time the residents grew more patient and tolerant, but also felt fearful and suspicious at the same time, and they also recognized that the evacuees were being taken advantage of financially. So what's community trauma? Individual assaults that are based on race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or identity. Mass shootings at community sites that represent religion, race, ethnicity, or LGBTQ orientations. And mass shootings that target sites that connote safety and innocence. Schools, houses of worship, shopping centers and malls, parades like there was in Chicago, concerts, and things like the Boston Marathon. There's a deliberate attempt to penetrate what should be considered a more safe sanctuary. So these are just images from the Tree of Life assault in 18, the Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in 2005, the Sikh Temple in 2012, and 2 of countless school shootings, Sandy Hook in 12, and Robb Elementary in Uvalde in 2022. Okay, oop, I hit the wrong thing. And those are parents at Uvalde. And the Pulse nightclub in Orlando in 2016. So tragically, we have no shortage of hate crimes and assaults on minorities of any kind. There's a whole literature on how intergenerational and vicarious trauma occurs, and there's some discussion of a sense of it's as if there's a contagion, falling sick with the same illness which affects the individual, let alone the passing on to a next generation of behaviors and suspicions and cautions and vigilance based on those experiences. Some people have talked about an anomalous knowing, the existence of a phenomenon not only between people who are in the same room, but who are separated by great distances, who share a radical extension of knowing that goes beyond intellect. So racial and ethnic trauma is a result of racism, bias, and exposure to abuse based on race or ethnicity. Any marginalized or stigmatized group can experience it. Media depictions can create the trauma symptoms or make them worse. Discrimination in itself is a traumatic experience that can cause PTSD symptoms. Indirect experiences such as witnessing discrimination or media depictions can also cause or reinforce trauma. And ongoing exposure based on discrimination that contribute to fear, humiliation, and isolation. And what's critical here is that when it is compounded with others that deny that such trauma exists, or minimize it, or blame the victim, that really is an aggravating factor. And at the same time, environments that recognize and validate the trauma that has happened can be very ameliorating and protective. Okay. In my literature, there's a discussion of soul murder. The original use of it was by Henrik Ibsen in his play When We Dead Awaken, and he called it the destruction of the love of life in another person. A more contemporary analytic writer, Leonard Schengold, resurrected the term, originally about sexual abuse figures, but he broadened it as a crime to which the perpetrator is able to destroy the victim's capacity for feeling joy and love. Soul murder always implies trauma, but trauma does not always result in soul murder. And one of the key pieces is the idea of hazing, that if a person lives under a traumatic experience and others minimize it or even deny that it happened, it becomes impossible to manage. So what I wanted to pay most attention to are psychological perspectives on prejudice and hate. We talk a lot about it, but we don't really look at what might be going on. And I think this is relevant to law enforcement in terms of thinking about places of risk as well as prevention. So Otto Fenichel went from Germany to Prague in 1938. He was a very esteemed psychoanalyst, and he wrote on the eve of the Holocaust an essay trying to understand prejudice and hate. He talked about the idea of a scapegoat, a displacement substitute, and the idea that we must search for the real sinner, and it's not us, it's the other. And that other becomes a target by differentness, be it physical, ethical, or behaviorally. That what is different or foreign is suspect. Particular hostility is aimed at those who won't or cannot assimilate. And he talked about projection, which is to see in others what one does not wish to become conscious of in oneself. In other words, basically you disown every negative attribute you have and put it on the other. So that validates atrocity and murder, because if you are convinced and convince others that the other has those intentions, you can justify it. And as everybody here probably recognizes, minorities are often accused of absolute contradictory qualities, being stupid and crafty, too moral and amoral, too pacifist and predatory. And he said, the one who's suitable to be a carrier of the projection of one's own instinctual impulses is what ultimately happens. Freud wrote, in the aftermath of World War I, pretty astounded that the most civilized countries could essentially murder a generation of their men for something that was pointless. He talked about the evolution of civilization no longer being obscure to us. He saw it as a struggle between the instinct of life and the instinct of destruction, and that the inclination to aggression is an original, self-substituting instinctual disposition in man and constitutes the greatest impediment to civilization. Erich Fromm, who many of you are familiar with, disagreed that there is anything biologically sadistic or cruel in men, but that it was a human potential that was rooted in the conditions of human existence. And a contemporary, Otto Kernberg, disagreed and said, the fact that destructiveness and cruelty are not part of human nature does not imply that they are not widespread and intense. Hence, one is left to question what manner and to what degree the specific conditions of human existence are responsible for the quality and intensity of man's lust for killing and torturing. So related to this is the question not only of hate, but of evil. And I think this is very, very important. This author highlighted that there's a breakdown of empathy, and what the Assistant Attorney General highlighted as a defacement of the other is the essential dehumanizing the other by stripping him or her of identity and eradicating any residual reminders of the individual as being part of our common humanity. It's accompanied by severing any emotional connection and undoing recognition of the person as part of our own species. The other is defaced by unnaming their identity and demoting them to the subhuman category of outsiders. She also wrote that the cult leadership convinces the others of their grandiosity and to do wholesale violent acts, racism, enslavement, and prejudice in their dehumanizing debasement of the other. These attitudes are surely the most flagrant examples of justification for the use and abuse of others, leading to acts of atrocity. And basically, that when the ties of understanding the other as human, empathy and affection are broken, then we can obliterate the recognition of another human as one of us, a member of our own species. Another author said, in addition to the 7 traditional deadly sins, are disconnection, our rivalry, vengeance, spite, laziness, and the urge for power and to overpower. All these grow out of the decay of unproductive lives, disconnection, emptiness, and loss of meaning. So if you go back philosophically, St. Augustine defined evil as the absence of good. Chaucer said that envy is the worst sin because it opposes life and creativity itself. But what I think is really valuable are the quotes of Alfred, that neither privation nor banality seem adequate explanations of the terrible things that men and women do to each other. But envy and jealousy, I want to possess the goods that belong to you because I don't have them. And that it is because the very existence of you enjoying these goods make me feel less good. For me to feel good, you must feel bad. And then there is the idea of spoiling the good because it is good and not me or mine. But what's really clear here is the difference between jealousy and envy. And I think this fuels hate and hate crimes. Jealousy is to want what the other person has. Envy is to have what the other person has, but not be tolerant of another having it and wanting to spoil it. And a related part is if a person is injured, feels disadvantaged, feels they've been mistreated, or has been abused, that cycle often repeats. And the fuel for that is not just a reflex, but it is a desire to rob a person or a community that is innocent of their innocence because the perpetrator had not been able to be experiencing his own or her own innocence growing up. So it's just an interesting quote here looking at leadership, and that constructive leadership does not go with the temptation to say that we are so different than others and we don't carry responsibility, but that we have to own our part in things, and then by owning it, can work for things to be better. And there's a quote here from Václav Havel that says, after he came to power after the fall of the Iron Curtain, we became used to saying something different from what we thought. We learned not to believe in anything. We have to accept this legacy as a sin we committed against ourselves. If we accept it as such, we'll understand that it is up to all of us and up to us only to do something about it. We can't blame the previous rulers for everything. And I think that really captures the idea of recognizing our own potential for good and less than good and determining action. There's a more poignant quote by Ibsen on the bottom that says, every man shares the responsibility and the guilt of the society to which they belong. So, not that anybody here has to master that, but there is treatment for PTSD. There are individual specific therapies, group interventions, education of individuals and family so that the person who is traumatized can feel validated. Family therapy, and there are more medications now, not only for depression and anxiety, but there are specific medications that interrupt nightmares that are really pretty remarkable and calm the overactivity and hypervigilance. Criteria for recovery involves new or renewed authority over the remembering process, the integration of memory and emotions, the ability to access and tolerate a wide range of emotions and to experience these in a range of intensities, positive coping, new or renewed self-esteem, self-cohesion, a renewed capacity for safe attachment and intimate connectedness, and finally, the ability to imbue past trauma with meaning. I want to spend a little time talking about the needs of first responders and those who are immersed with victims of hate as law enforcement officers or clinicians or community leaders. Education is incredibly important to validate the unique position and strain of your work, to have adequate facts around events and around what happens with stress and trauma, to be given strategies for working with victims, strategies for your own self-care, and knowledge of individual resources for yourselves. And under self-care and work-life balance, which I sometimes joke about because you don't want somebody to say the key to getting off the treadmill is to actually exercise and get on a treadmill, because I think that's garbage. But exercise, pursuing avocations, openness with those who will provide support, group consultation, private groups with colleagues for mutual support, individual support, and group. Okay, so what's the relevance for community leaders and law enforcement? Awareness and sensitivity to the group vulnerabilities based on historical trauma and acute events known to the community, so that becomes opportunities for healing and repair. And for community leaders, the question of when do you introduce programs and support involving just those from the same community? And when do you deliberately introduce support involving others from other communities? The critical importance of knowing community resources for stages of treatment, and also that you can plan ahead, identify quality mental health professionals who can be on call or integrated with first responders, to be prepared for the acute triage of survivors, to have one's immediate actions and interventions informed by understanding of what is helpful and protective and what may not be, to recognize the key role of family members and their appropriate use, and to have knowledge of community supports. And for the long term, when a group has been involved, it's really critical to have follow-up screenings of survivors and the knowledge of community resources, and to anticipate and address the barriers to care. And then if you want to think about prevention, the quote from Frederick Douglass about it's easier to build strong children than to repair broken men. They're both important, but to prevent, you want to reduce the objectifying or dehumanization of others. That involves community education to facilitate the establishment of relationships between sub-communities and members of sub-communities, to demystify and understand minority and majority communities. And there are creative ways to do this. Certainly in the midst of an acute event, it has to be done delicately and on an individual basis. But without that, strategies that work against stereotypes using the media, cultural fairs, food fairs, cross-cultural visits, and sister houses of worship. Community levels and law enforcement at all levels, building community relationships outside their immediate communities to model the efforts to understand the other through education and communication. And on the bottom, I put the U.S. Holocaust Museum hosts educational programs that are very specific for teachers, law enforcement, military, judiciary, and religious leaders and students regarding the dangers of prejudice against any minority and threats to democratic law and order. And if you just Google U.S. Holocaust Museum, you'll see those programs, and each profession has a distinct program. There are preventive strategies to reduce crime and vulnerability to hate groups. School programming, K through 12, to promote understanding and respect of differences, to facilitate interactions and exchanges using entities such as theater and symphonies, choirs, and athletics. Specific interventions for at-risk use of all communities, and enhance secondary school vocational problems. Otherwise, non-academic kids fall off the cliff once they graduate and are very vulnerable. Interventions for youth already in the juvenile justice system to interrupt trajectories and diminish recidivism and reduce their vulnerability to hate groups. And law enforcement outreach whenever possible to build personal relationships, through community events, school programming, youth centers, coaching programs for the elderly. I'm not an expert on policing. There's a whole literature that emerges, the idea of active engagement with citizens, visible police presence, but by being familiar to all in the community, to find areas of neighborhoods like the old beats, partnership with local non-police agencies, and improving the quality of routine encounters between citizens and police. And all of this is designed to cultivate trust, collaboration, and legitimacy. So what can be done? Perhaps all the king's horses and all the king's men can put Humpty Dumpty together again. People do recover from trauma. They're always affected. They can use it for good purposes, but it takes time, a lot of patience of their loved ones and community, and treatment. It's like putting a fragmented self and community together. It can be done. And I'll close with this picture, which was the top to a canister that one of my children once dropped on a tile floor, and it shattered into countless pieces, but it had sentiment, and so we arranged for it to be reconstructed. It's not perfect. It doesn't look identical to the others, but it's close enough. Research demonstrates that the environment and treatment matter, and that repair and healing is possible. And I wanted to put in a final plug. The most exciting thing is for epigenetics, and it really returns to the schools. A colleague of mine who looked at children in the inner city of St. Louis who had lots of what we refer to as childhood emotional stressors and terrible graduation rates. They took a cohort, a group in grade school, and gave them immersion in everything from music, art, literature, meditation, and then another group that got the usual fare. The group that received those kinds of services in school, they had 100% graduation, but what was really remarkable is when kids have been traumatized, we can see chemically on a particular 3 genes a change. It's called methylation. Those kids who got the services, by the time they were finishing high school, that change had been reversed. And so there really is an ability to not only heal, but to interrupt what then gets passed on. So when you got this dramatic results, the scientific community says, well, really? So he repeated it in Vermont. And believe it or not, there are lots of kids in Vermont who have similar problems. And he got the same results. I mean, it takes about a 12-year period to follow these kids. But it's a really dramatic discovery where the intervention does not have to be on a clinical level. It was on the school resources level. So with that, I'm going to close. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. So it's not all bad news, let's put it that way.
No questions?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on how the passing of SB 129 is going to affect teaching about the history of the trauma and thus healing?
I think I would be, what I think it represents perhaps is there'll be a constriction on other opportunities for awareness and education. I think every school system in this area should have kids come at grade school and later to the Civil Rights Museum. They don't. When I was growing up, we had exchanges for things like art and music and concerts that were very important. I still remember them as very, very meaningful, so that you work against separateness. And it's more difficult to imagine those being promoted in a climate that is also worried about curriculum exposure. So, but I really think the key is just that. Exchanges, mixing kids, humanizing all sides. And that's what Frederick Douglass said, is that's the opportunity. Subsequently, it's repair, but that's our opportunity for prevention and change. So.
I think there was one in the middle here.
Yeah, Herschel. I know this guy.
Well, first, thank you for an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Really informative, and I enjoyed hearing so much of the history that I felt but didn't know. I'm interested in treatment for wrongful convictions and the many millions of folks in jail, and are we doing enough to give them a second chance on re-entry into community, and how do we deal with their trauma?
Yeah, it's a great question. And above beyond that, even if there's re-entry after a rightful conviction, it's kind of like, you know, if you don't have good voc programs in a high school, most of the kids just fall off and, you know, are vulnerable to all kinds of things, crime, hate groups. I'm not informed, but my impression has been from the few I have followed that there's not a tremendous amount of services. There should be, and I'm not sure there's much financial compensation either, although without assistance in other ways, that wouldn't be too adequate. I was at the Northwestern Law School in Chicago about 7 years ago, right before the pandemic, and just was wandering. And on their second floor is the Innocence Project. And I just walked the hall and saw these portraits of people who had, you know, later been justified as innocent. But it didn't, they were poignant photos of them now, but how do you restitute all that time, let alone the trauma of a wrongful conviction, let alone help them reintegrate into a society? I mean, you have to be, I mean, even if you were healthy, you'd have to be very, very wary of being out there. Yeah.
One more question.
I want to thank you, because I don't think I've ever heard trauma talked about the way that you went and dealt with it. Thank you. But you mentioned something that was very intriguing to me, and it was about the soul murder.
Yeah.
That was the first time I've ever heard that term, and of course I Googled it. And I just want, I guess what I'm asking is do you think what's happening around us, like with that bill passing in Alabama, is doing just that? Like it's contributing to that philosophy?
You know, the term was really meant for individuals, but I think you're right. Things can become oppressive and bearing on communities. And I know no other solution than, you know, to hold your stand. And, you know, another Frederick Douglass quote is something to the effect that he'd rather be mocked for, you know, taking a stand, and better than to live with his own self-abhorrence. And I think we're all called upon to do that. The problem is, outside of this kind of gathering, it's hard to feel that sense of community in those kind of ways. So the other thing I was going to say about the beat cop real quickly is, I don't know how people feel about it. I know it can't happen overnight and you got to integrate into a community, but I grew up my whole life with two beat cops, Andy and Freddie. And the community was very protective of them. And if they saw us around, their first question was, does your mama know you're out? But they were very effective. But if something was ever to threaten them, even though they were a police presence, I think everybody would protect them. So, okay, thank you.
Dr. Ascherman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Ascherman, was this your water?
Probably. I'm known for forgetting things and dropping things.
So we've heard about the trauma, the science of trauma, and now we're going to hear from people who have endured. this next panel, today we call them foot soldiers, right? We honored them earlier, had some of them stand who were here. They have a place of honor in our history here in Birmingham. We walk among foot soldiers every day. Sometimes you don't know who they are, and oftentimes we don't know what they have endured. So it's my honor to welcome this next panel. It's made up of foot soldiers. And as I call your name, you guys can come up and take your chair up here. First up is Dr. Horace Huntley, who is a retired professor from UAB. He developed the Oral History Project at the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute so that we could capture these stories of foot soldiers, and you are able to hear them. There are about 100 right now online that you can hear, but you can also at the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute go into their resource center and hear some of these stories that he captured through the Oral History Project. Judge Houston Brown, now retired, he was appointed to the 10th Judicial Circuit of Alabama back in 2000, the first Black presiding judge in Jefferson County, Alabama, second Black to graduate from the Cumberland School of Law, and the first Black to enter and complete the JD program there. And please welcome Reverend Gwendolyn Webb, who is an original foot soldier for civil rights, a student leader who was jailed in 1963. She says she is now a foot soldier for Christ. She is the second Black female to graduate from the Birmingham Police Academy, serving many years on the force, rising to the rank of detective. So please welcome these original foot soldiers for civil rights here in Birmingham. And we've got some QR codes around that you're able to scan to read their full bios. I just pulled a few highlights. I get the honor of moderating this panel with you guys. So we'll all swivel a little bit towards each other and cheat with the audience so we can talk. But I just want to have a little bit of a conversation with you guys, and hopefully we'll have time at the end to just grab a few questions on the subject. And this is where I want to start, and I want all of you to answer this one. How does the mic lady not know how to do the mic? Okay. I just want you all to kind of weigh in on this as far as the subject of the topic of this conference on trauma and crime and hate, and ask you, how do you relate the trauma of hate to your experience growing up here and being a foot soldier, especially after hearing what Dr. Ascherman said and defining it in such a way? We'll start with you, Reverend Webb, and then we'll just pivot around. Are you on?
First of all, let me say how excited and delighted to this wonderful group, to the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute, and all of my friends and board members, and to all of you for being able to be here. I can go in a couple of directions. Being a child born and raised here in Birmingham, Alabama, and with the Birmingham Police Department at that time, and with Mr. Bull Connor as the head of both public safety, but being here and seeing how and knowing how we were treated by being mistreated, even as children. But my parents and watching them being mistreated, the trauma of it all was what sent my grandmother into trauma when I told her I was going to the Birmingham Police Department. And that was traumatizing for her. She wanted to know, how can you go from, I was a nurse, how could you go from saving lives to taking lives? And knowing what had occurred in Birmingham, Alabama all of my life, I said, no ma'am, I'm going from saving lives to saving lives. And I had to get in. I had to get in on the inside to be able to do that.
So you witnessed a certain type of hate growing up from people that should have been protecting you, who were perpetrating that, using their authority really to clamp down on peaceful protesters who were children.
And witnessing that was, and also being a part of being mistreated like that, with the dogs and the billy clubs and the firemen with the fire hoses.
So you definitely relate to the topic.
Oh, most definitely. Oh, yes.
Let me move over here to the middle. Dr. Holly, for you as well, how do you relate to this title for this conference on the trauma of hate?
Okay. Well, first, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Thanks for the invitation. And it's always great to be here in this place, because this is a very special place for all of us. But I must admit that I am not a foot soldier in the classical sense. You know, I was actually in North Dakota when all of this took place. I left Birmingham after I graduated from high school in 1961. I see some of you are counting. Yeah, that means I'm 81 years old now. And when I left Birmingham, it was quite a place, to say the least. But as I said, since I am not a foot soldier, but I have consistently been one that studied with foot soldiers. In fact, I'm working on a project right now, and it will be inclusive of what is taking place here in Birmingham. But if you're talking about trauma, and I've often thought about this, when I left Birmingham, I was 18 years old. I wanted to go to Tuskegee Institute, but I couldn't go. My mother couldn't afford, so I said, well, if I can't go to Tuskegee, I ain't going nowhere. So I decided to join the Air Force to see the world. And I didn't go anywhere because they sent me to Grand Forks, North Dakota. And I only spent 3 years, 10 months, and 9 days there. But who's counting? One of the first things that I wanted to do when I got out of the South, I wanted to be able to sit in the front of the bus. Yes. And many people didn't understand that, but you understand it. And we were like 2.5, 3 hours from Winnipeg, Manitoba. Some of the guys would go to Winnipeg every weekend. I decided to go because Canada meant freedom. So I went to Winnipeg, and upon arrival, I wanted to sit in the front of the bus. So I jumped on the bus and sat down. Was not accosted by anyone. I sat in the front seat. Was not accosted. I guess about 2 stops from where I got on, a young white woman got on the bus. When she got on the bus, there were plenty of seats available. She decided to sit next to me. Remember now, this is an 18-year-old, really never been out of Alabama, sitting in Canada. Now a white woman is going to come and sit next to me. All I could imagine was that camera that I knew that Bull Connor had was pointed right at me. And this would, it would have consequences. So not only did she sit next to me, she started a conversation. Nearly scared me to death. And we talked, and she talked, I responded. Didn't take me long. I got out of that place called fear. And like Mama used to tell us, my grandmother, she said, "You're not better than anybody else, but nobody else is better than you." Mama stayed with me. That created some turmoil that I've really never been able to explain. And I've made attempts to explain what that was, but obviously it was fear and terrorism that we have been through. So that basically is how I have related to growing up in Birmingham. It's just by leaving and having the freedom to be a human being.
That's powerful. I want to ask that same question to you, Judge Houston. How do you relate the topic of the conference, the trauma of crime and hate, to your experience here in Birmingham as a foot soldier then and now?
First of all, let me say thank you for the invitation, all the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute people and the FBI in concert with each other. This is a wonderful program that you've had today, and much needed, much needed. Thank you. My personal trauma began when I was 7 years old. And I'm glad to know that Dr. Huntley sitting next to me is only 81. I mean, I'll be 82 on my birthday.
So will I. So Mama would say we the same age children. Same age children.
And I was a senior citizen in terms of the children and who took to the streets. I was down at Talladega College trying to get my GPA up. You know, I didn't want a thank you lauded degree. I wanted a real degree. And but I can say this, and I'm going to try to say it as quickly as possible. Trauma is something that almost every African American male lived with almost on a daily basis during the period of our childhood and teenage years and college years. The first introduction was when I was 7 years old, had slipped a little puppy into the house, and a bomb went off about 10 blocks from our house. The sound of that bomb is still deeply embedded in my head today. The smell of dynamite permeated the Smithfield community, and I have never forgotten how dynamite smells. There are signals from things that occur periodically that bring all of that back to me. And it was enhanced that night because one of the cabinets in the kitchen fell off the wall, and it just so happened to be the one with all the dishes, glasses, and can you imagine all that stuff breaking? And a kid hearing dynamite, they couldn't find me for 2 hours. I was under the bed with the dog, scared to speak, scared to cry, or anything. Fast forward, 1963. My mother tells me to come home from 50 miles away so she could see me. I walk in the front door, close the door, walk over to the front window, and I hear that same bomb again. But this time it's only about 80 feet away. I run down out of my front door to the sidewalk in front of my house, and a police officer has backed his squad car into the driveway, our driveway. He was seated on the passenger side of the vehicle with the door wide open. He had on his riot helmet, his flak jacket, and had a sawed-off shotgun in his lap. Told me to go back in the house, and I said I'm not. And I'm running at that time because I'm running to the house that was bombed right across the street. Now, the dust and dirt and debris was falling because it was a pretty heavy bomb. And as I went across the street, he told me if I didn't stop, he would shoot. And I just told him, you're gonna have to shoot me in the back. And I kept running. He didn't shoot, thank God. But the entire community had been blocked off before all the debris could fall. Now I want to stop there because if I went on, I'd have to tell you about 1963. But it is the evidence of trauma in the past that is still with me in the present and likely to be here forever.
At almost 82 years old, thank you for that. Let me present this question as well. Trauma it's not something that people always identify as having experienced themselves. Sometimes they call it something else. They live with it, they cope with it. Here in this church, there was this collective trauma that the nation experienced when Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Carol Robertson, and Cynthia Morris Wesley were killed here on the 15th of September in 1963. I want you guys to kind of take me back to that time and what you remember about that time and that day and how that impacted and informs what we identify as trauma today. And whoever wants to go first, we'll let you go first and then we'll circle back. Okay, Reverend Webb, they are deferring to you.
Well, even the trauma at that time, I'm from, and the majority of the people here know where Ensley is. I'm from Ensley. You know, I talk so loud. I'm a preacher, so thank you. Over in Ensley, but when it occurred, even though it's on this side of town, we knew that it had occurred, even over there. On that day, we were getting ready to go to church over there in Ensley. But everybody, even on that side, was running, telling us that 16th Street had been bombed. And so, therefore, even being a child, I wanted to get to 16th Street, get here to see what was going on. The fear, a church, even at that time, being raised in the church, as a church, truly they couldn't have bombed a church. And so that trauma and that fear said if they bomb that church, then my church could be next. And we were not too far removed from that, since Dr. A.D. King's house, where we didn't live too far from his home, was bombed. So the trauma was ongoing and continuing, and some of these girls, they were my same age, and the age of so many others here at 14 years of age. So the trauma didn't stop. It just got worse, is what I'm saying. It just got worse.
Dr. Huntley?
Yes. As I mentioned, I was in Grand Forks, North Dakota, the morning of the bombing. Being away from home, the first thing that happens when there is something distressful that has taken place at home, the first thing you want to do is to get home. I had cousins that were members of this church. I lived actually out in the county near Winona. So we were a distance from here, but nevertheless, because of what is happening in Birmingham, anytime that a bombing took place, it would give you that urge to come home. The only thing that I had to deal with that day, well, not the only thing, but what I had to deal with that day was friends of mine, colleagues of mine, wanted to know how in the world could you have lived in a place like Birmingham? The kinds of disturbances that took place were obviously traumatic. But even under those circumstances, what would happen is those of us that were from Birmingham and from the South, and this is home, we were always put in a position to have to defend Birmingham.
Wow.
And we would defend the South and defend Birmingham.
Wow.
But would not be the same place that the world knew of Birmingham. We would defend the Birmingham that we knew, where our folk lived, where grandmama, two grandmamas, and my mother, and my sisters, and my brothers, and all. So even on that most adverse of condition, that was still a necessity to defend, but not defending the Bull Connor Birmingham.
Because really, and I love the point that you bring up, it really was national news, and what was happening here was showing the world what hate looked like. People were reading this in the paper, they were seeing this on television, and certainly that bombing. For you, Judge Houston, so you were in college, you'd come home before. What about that day?
Excellent question, and it leads me back to where I stopped. I had attended the March on Washington in 1963 and came back home, and the bombing that I told you about happened in the second week in August, and third week in August. The March on Washington was the 28th of August. So I had just gotten back home, or gotten back to Talladega in school. And 2 weeks later was the 16th Street bombing. This was all in 1963. And to be very honest with you, it's an incident for which my family was exceedingly close to. Several of the girls were very close family friends, and it was like losing a little sister, and very difficult. The bombing that I told you first about, there were two girls in that house born to that family, and in my house there were two boys born, and we all were very, very close because the community was targeted by the KKK because of the people that lived in that community, all kinds of folks, not one heterogeneous grouping, but it was just everybody. And it was a tough place to live, but two of those girls were what I would call extended family members. We were all very, very close. Barbara, I'm going to call the name, did not speak about the bombing of their house that I first told you about for at least 25, 30 years. Couldn't talk about it. And one of the families that I can speak personally about, I won't call that name, the father never got over it and died brokenhearted. The son, a really bright man, master's degree, just never did well at all. So that trauma has lived with us throughout my adult life, close, very close. And it wasn't over then. It wasn't over then. I could tell you about some things, but in order to be productive, to be positive, sometimes it's necessary to consciously fight with the negative. You can't let the negative dictate and take over who you are and what you do. And so it becomes difficult day in and day out because of the things that I said early on. There are always things that happen that bring back the negative. It makes you recall it, it makes you relive it, makes you angry, all sorts of things. And then you got to go off someplace and get your head together. And I think everybody in this room knows what I mean about that. And so 1963 was a heck of a year, and I can truthfully tell you that it took me years to get really, truly positive again. And I don't think I'm there yet, to tell you the truth.
That ties in so well to what Dr. Ascherman was talking about on this,
Yes.
this science of trauma. So many blacks left the South because of the racial terror that existed here. You all are here and made a conscious decision to be here and build a better Birmingham. This is going to be a quick question for each of you because I want to come back and ask some individual questions, but you stayed here to build a better Birmingham. You came back, Dr. Huntley. You, Reverend Webb, wanted to be a nurse and go into law enforcement. I'm going to ask you about your law enforcement choice in a minute, but why did you not leave?
I didn't leave because I knew my mother and my grandmother, they would not leave. And I know Birmingham could be a better and brighter place for all of us. So if all of us leave, and if all of us had left at that time, who was going to be here to fight, not violently fight, but to make sure that Birmingham became a better and brighter place for all of us to live?
Okay. So you two want me to call on you, or you want to weigh in?
I'll weigh in since you called on me. Yeah, I left Birmingham to join the Air Force to see the world because I couldn't go to Tuskegee. But never in my mind was the idea that I would never return to Birmingham. I always knew that I was coming back home. Now, my wife was a little bit different. You know, we were high school sweethearts. She and her father was very actively involved in the movement, and her mother and her grandmother and her sister and her brother went to jail. She was at Tuskegee at the time. But she had vowed that she would never return to Birmingham.
Just point it like this.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, she said she would never come back to Birmingham. I said I would come back. So we had a decision to make. And when I was finishing up my school, I came home to do some research and went to UAB and told them what I was doing. And they wanted to know if I would come back, if I would be interested in coming back. And I played hard to get. I said, well, I'll consider it, knowing all the time, yes, I'm ready. And when I finished, they were ready for me to come and take an interview. Barbara didn't want to do it. She said, no, we can't go back. She eventually, to make a long story short, she eventually agreed to come to visit and do the interview. And I got the position and she said, well, we'll stay for a couple of years and we'll make a determination. But then we were at a gathering one night. Friends that we knew say, oh, you're back home. How long are you going to be? I said, we're here to stay. That's been 60 years ago. Barbara still has not forgotten that, and she's still holding that against me. But yes, I was coming back to Birmingham, and I knew that she would come if I persisted, and I persisted.
It was, took me a long time to get to that point. But the short version is that I wanted to go to law school and couldn't go to law school in Alabama. Because there was only one law school in Alabama at the University of Alabama, and it was not open to us at that time. So we happened to have been in New York City, sitting on the floor in a cousin's apartment, and my wife and I sat there all night long till daybreak, deciding whether we were going to come back to Alabama or not. And all of a sudden, I started thinking about slaves who came over involuntarily. Perhaps a better word would be kidnapped and abducted and brought over. But the women brought what? Seeds in their hair, under their breasts, because no matter what, they were going to try to live. And I thought about everything that my ancestors had gone through, and especially those in this state, that I could go back to about 1840 and know where they were, know where their blood, their sweat, and tears rest even unto this day. Know how many people they made rich and even protected during the Civil War, because many slaves were sent to be a slave to an officer who was in the Confederate Army. And if they could do it, I thought I could do it. And we talked about it all night long, and we came back. And sure enough, we've been in a position to be very instructive, helpful, and leaders to our family members and people outside of our family. One foot soldier down there laughing at me right now. I see you, Paulette. And but it has not been all good, and it has not been all bad. It has its positives and it had its negatives. And I will tell you the truth that there were times, even till recently, the goon squad over in Mississippi got to me. It just for some reason, it just got to me. And if I didn't have children and grandchildren, I said to my wife the other day, we'd be out of here.
Yeah, because it kind of makes you think. Let me go over here to you, Reverend Webb. You did not choose an easy path. You joined the police department, And as your grandmother said, how, why? Because it was notorious in this country for how they treated blacks at the time. I just emceed, though, a Women in Law Enforcement conference. Their first one that they had here in Birmingham was a beautiful event, but I learned even then that women are still enduring things in law enforcement that other officers don't have to endure. So why did you choose that as a career, and how did you handle then those memories of how you were treated as a young girl by law enforcement? How did that inform what you were doing as an adult police officer in Birmingham?
To try to make something that was traumatic even then, when I went to the police department, a girlfriend of mine who is now deceased, she was a nurse. And at that time, they were taking applications for nurses to work at the jail, at Birmingham jail. And she had applied to go there to work. And we were friends. And she said, Gwen, come on, you're going to go with me, aren't you? I said, girl, I don't want to have anything to do with the Birmingham Police Department. She said, but come and go with me. I wasn't going. But she continued with that, and she got hired. And she still wanted me to go. And when I decided to go with her, they were no longer taking applications. But they were taking applications for the Birmingham Police Department. She said, okay, Gwen, you're daring enough. You're daring enough. Take the exam. You don't have to go. Take the exam. I said, I don't want to have anything to do with the Birmingham Police Department. But she was single, no children. She had a lot of money, so she put a sizable amount of money on it. I bet you're scared. I said, I bet I'm not. But she put a nice amount. I said, okay, I can take the test. I said, I'll take the test. And I did. I took the test. I passed it. She said, you're not going to stop there. I said, pay me my money first. She said, you're not going to stop there. You'll go further. And I did. I went further. And I went further. Leroy Stover, who was the first black officer who recently passed. The lieutenant who was over internal affairs sent Sergeant Stover in to watch over me as I took my polygraph and everything. I took the polygraph. They had to stop it. They said they had never seen one like it. I didn't tell one lie. I said, what am I going to lie for? I was raised not to lie. Okay, that was one episode with that. I'm going to try to wrap it up quick, but now that was the... That was a good one. I said that was a good one. That was a good one. It was. And then the man tried everything he could to disqualify me. He asked me, he said, do you ever have a stomach ache? I said, yes. Stop the interview. She's got an ulcer. I said, I don't have an ulcer. You asked me if I ever had a stomach ache. I said, I bet you have a stomach ache too, don't you? That man had red as a beet, and you wanted to put me out then. But Stover called up to internal affairs, so what I had to do was go to my personal physician, get a letter, come back to Birmingham to finish my interview. Wow. But wait, just one second. Just 1 second. Anyway, after going through all of that, fighting, and I see some of the officers from Birmingham here, they're up in, but after going through all of that, then it was time for me I got hired. I had to fight for it, but I did. I was used to fighting, so I did. But nonetheless, when I got on the force, my FTO was a older white officer that retired with badge number 1. So what does that tell you? He retired with badge number 1, but on our first night out, and these people at this redneck dive was waiting for us, he hit recall, and on recall, I said, but we haven't gotten a call. I said, why are we going here? Oh, raggedy place. This is where I eat my supper at, rookie. I said, I don't eat in places like that. And so I unlatched mine. At that time, I was carrying a .357 Magnum. I unlatched my weapon. I said, well, somebody's going down. I'm not going down by myself. So therefore, we go into the place. They had an old rickety stage that they had made. And they had a song just for me. Just for me. They had made a song. The white guy with his long gray ponytail and banjos and everything. And when I got in there, they had my song all made because he told them we were there. I'm an Alabama N-I-G-G-E-R and I want to be free. Da-da-da, da-da-da, da. That was my song. But what they forgot that this Alabama N-I-G-G-E-R was free. So I jumped up on the stage. I said, can I use your mic? I said, we don't steal. That's a myth. Not all of us steal. Let me see the mic. I took his mic. I said, to all of you rednecks out there that's drunk, this Alabama N-I-G-G-R is free. It's free. I said, you see this badge right here? And I keep it shine. You see this right here? I know how to use it well. So I'm free. And for all of you that's drunk out there, what I'm going to do, we're going to call some paddy wagons. And for all of you that try to drive off, I'm going to make sure you go to jail. My partner jumps up. You can't do that. I said, I can, and I can get you taken care of too if you get in my way. I'm going to call internal affairs. Yeah. But to make a long story short.
That was a good story.
Oh, but it gets better.
Oh, no. I got to get them in.
Wait, I'm going to tell you, it gets better, and then I'm going to let you go. Oh. That older cop that was there when I was a kid out there marching for freedom. So he had to be an older white cop, didn't he? But guess what? He became the best husband for 23 years right here in Birmingham, Alabama.
Isn't that better?
So it got real better.
Thank you for that story, which is so perfect to lead into this question I have for you, Dr. Huntley, because, I'm a Birmingham transplant, and so I have, in the last 26 years, gotten a chance to hear some of the stories of foot soldiers. Never heard that one. But I love that you have collected these stories. You wanted to have this oral history project so people could share their stories and that others would have an opportunity to hear them. Tell me why you wanted to do that and how fulfilling it's been. You've written a couple books from it.
Yes. When I came back, one of the things that I would discuss with other people, including myself, Odessa, a number of other folk, is that we needed a place that would give us the freedom to discuss the movement. Could do that to some extent at UAB, but not to the extent that we wanted to. And I had experience doing oral histories. I did my dissertation through oral histories. It was on the International Union of Mine, Mill, and Smelter Workers here in Birmingham between 1933 and 1953. And it was so rewarding. I learned so much about the area and about the people and about that union, because I was talking with people who were there, who were members of that organization, who developed that organization. So it only the best thing to do if we're talking about the movement here, we knew about Dr. King and to some extent Reverend Shuttlesworth and other leaders, but we'd not heard from the people that were out in the streets every day. And I contended, and others as well, contended that we needed to hear the story of the people who were the movement. Dr. King had said, the people are the movement, not myself, and that's leadership. So it would only be right to get the story from the horse's mouth. So therefore we decided then, through this discussion as we were developing the Institute, that it was necessary to talk with those people who were nameless and faceless, give them a voice. And that's basically what we decided to do.
I think it's wonderful. And again, some of these stories are on the website at BCRI.org. There are more than 100, but if you're in Birmingham and you want to go and just listen to some of these stories, I think it's so worthwhile. And we are so honored to get an opportunity to sit here and hear from you. Judge Brown, sorry. I talked about you being the first to get your JD there at Samford School of Law. We often celebrate, and we hear a lot, this was the first person. We celebrate this accomplishment, but you must have endured something to complete the program, especially at that time, because it just wasn't the commonplace. You didn't see people that looked like you or me, for that matter. Talk about your experience in a predominantly white school, achieving what you were trying to achieve, making it through and actually graduating. And again, to Dr. Ascherman's point, he talked about, this difference between jealousy and envy and what that means, what you shouldn't have because of who you are. Can you talk about your experience matriculating through law school?
Yes, ma'am. I do. I will say this, that it was, in some aspects, very traumatic, and because it was truly second impression, because a friend of mine had come to Birmingham to live, and she had already finished 2 years at a law school in Washington, D.C. So she spent a year at Cumberland, at Samford, and graduated before I went over to try to get an application, which they refused to give to me. And I won't tell the story publicly, but I was able to get the application, and I filed it in accord with the instructions of the person that intervened on my behalf, and was accepted and started. And it was tough. It was rough. It was truly tough. There were some professors who were completely, totally supportive, not to give me anything, but not to hurt as well. There were those who were there to do evil, as we were accustomed to seeing, and they did. They tried. One of the instructors, who was of German heritage and was tough on me in particular, when I went to take the bar, he found out by accident that I was leaving on a Sunday after church, and he asked me to stop by his home. And he was a very structured human being, and had me to sit in his chair, and his wife just fed me Coca-Colas right one behind the other while he lectured to me for 3 hours on a particular exam, on the bar exam. particular subject matter. And I guess it was a year and a half later that the exam is given by practicing lawyers all over the state. They are selected by virtue of their credentials to give a particular section, whether it's criminal law, whether it's contracts or real property law, etc. The writer of that exam that the professor instructed me on, okay, stopped me on the street 3 blocks from here and said, "You were the only one that got my question right." Now, we didn't give names, we had numbers, okay? So it lets you know that no matter what you think might be the case, it never really truly is. So one of the first things I did was to sue the Alabama bar when I got my license. And they had a rule that they had put into place to keep blacks from passing the bar. And it was a 3-attempt rule. You couldn't take it anymore after 3 times. They got rid of that rule, and so now you can take it as many times as you want to. But it was a tough experience, to be very honest with you. But so is everything in Alabama. So has everything been tough on African Americans. And now that we have a significantly increasing brown population, they are experiencing similar kinds of things. So
I want to thank all of you for sharing, and in some cases, really in all 3 cases, really reliving what it was like growing up during that time, tapping into some of the traumatic experiences, but showing us how you endured. And still being willing to share your stories. We don't have a lot of time. I have one quick last question so that we wrap up at 3 o'clock. So if you can keep that in mind, but it might be a painful question, and so I do understand that. We had this recent social justice movement in our country that had a lot of momentum a couple of years ago. When you all saw and witnessed what was happening with the social justice movement following the deaths of black men and women at the hands of law enforcement, what were you experiencing then? Was that a time of reliving some of what you grew up with? How did you respond to that, especially you, because you were in law enforcement?
It wasn't, thank you. It wasn't as hard as some people may have thought that it would be, because I had experienced so much. And to wrap it up quickly, when I first got on in my Berkeley, California, I'll never forget it, was having some racial problems. And my chief, because they wanted me to come there, sent me to Berkeley. And even in Berkeley at that time, looking at some of what is going on, in other places now, Berkeley didn't want to accept me, but once I got there and they saw who they were going to have to deal with, it brings you right back to some of the things that's going on now and some of the things I had to endure. But I think it was Judge Brown, both of these gentlemen are my friends. Things may appear to be one way, but guess what? They're not as bad as what they seem to be, but you have to dig in there. And if you can't be a part of the solution, don't become a part of the problem.
Well said, well said.
My grandmother had a saying, she said, and she prepared me for a lot of what I've been through. And she said to all of us, always hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. So if you do that internally, and I've been able to do that throughout my life, and very few things would surprise me, because if you are aware of the possibilities and the potentials of those that are in opposition to you, then there's not much that's going to surprise you. So not much has surprised me. The surprise is what happens as a consequence of the activities that we have had to go through. Usually nothing.
You know, policing started when? Following the close of the war, Civil War. To do what? Go after runaway what? Slaves. And so policing has always had the philosophic foundation for issuing trauma on a group of people. Think about it. And I'm never surprised at what groups can do, because group behavior reinforces individuals, members of that group, and makes it worse. And this place that we are in is a classic example. Not a single one of them would have done it by themselves. But getting together and drinking beer under the bridge over there on 280, they planned the whole thing. And then they carry it out. And then other people know who they are, and they are quiet. So all of this stuff does not surprise me. And the news is very interesting. The news will tell you, as you look at an event on TV, that it's not what you're looking at. And they'll reinforce it. And many people will then begin to believe it. But it does not surprise me. Going back to my childhood again, we had a police officer in the neighborhood, in the community, and they called him Dick Tracy. And he would grab us and show us his pistol, and I think he had a .44. And on the handle were notches on both sides. The notch, every notch represented a black man that he had shot and killed. And a lot of the police officers here in Birmingham did the same thing. So we learned how to run, we learned how to get away from them and hide. And so I am not surprised at anything, but the goon squad did get to me for what they did. That was just horrendous.
Horrendous. And then to hear Director Wray talk even more about what they did. I want to thank you. If you watch me on the news, I'm telling the truth. I just want to say. Judge Brown, Dr. Horace Huntley, Reverend Gwendolyn Webb, thank you so much for sharing your stories. I enjoyed our discussion. Now, as they come down, just one quick housekeeping rule, because we have a very powerful discussion coming up next on generational trauma. So you guys can take this 10 seconds to go ahead and stretch. My housekeeping rule is that I've got to go do the news at 4 o'clock, so I won't get the opportunity to listen to our last panel discussion, but I do get the honor of introducing these two women that I have come to know here in Birmingham. So please welcome now Dr. Carolyn McKinstry, a survivor of the 1963 bombing here at the 16th Street Baptist Church. She is also president of the 16th Street Foundation, Incorporated. With her will be Lisa McNair, the sister of Denise McNair, whose name we have heard. She is one of the 5 girls who were in the bathroom at the time of the church bombing in 1963 on September 15th. Sarah Collins Rudolph survived, but Lisa's sister Denise McNair and 3 others, Addie Mae Collins, Cynthia Morris Wesley, and Carol Robertson, did not. Here to talk about generational trauma now. Please welcome Lisa McNair and Dr. Carolyn McKinstry.
Starting with just your backstory as it relates to the bombing.
Okay, so Carolyn and I speak often together as well as independently, but I always yield to her and let her go first.
Not sure if this is on, but let's see. Can you hear me? Can you? No?
Here, take that.
Okay, good afternoon, and as she said, my name is Carolyn McKinstry, and I arrived at 16th Street Baptist Church when I was 2 years old. My parents were coming here from Clarkton, Alabama, and they both taught school, so this was the church that they joined when we arrived here. And I love the years that I spent here as a young person. I served as our Sunday school secretary for many years, and because we could not use the public libraries, 16th Street started a library of its own. Many of its members were teachers and had other professions that allowed them to accumulate books, and they would bring many of those books here, and we created our own library here. We were a self-contained unit here. Our Easter egg hunts, our Christmas programs, with all of the teachers, but also a lot of independent individuals that own their own businesses. We were just a great place to be, I thought. And we always had visitors. In our vernacular, we might say anybody who was anybody came to 16th Street Baptist Church. The Mary McLeod Bethunes, the Mordecai Johnsons, people of that line, along that line. But I enjoyed here. My family, my mother and father, my 4 brothers and 1 sister also attended here. And I just always feel right at home whenever I walk in the door. So that's kind of a brief overview of my arrival here.
Well, as Sherri said, my name is Lisa McNair, and I first want to thank you all for coming and being here today. My sister was Denise McNair, one of the 4 little girls. Oh, I'm not on. I'm sorry. I'm usually so loud, I don't know that I need a mic. My name is Lisa McNair, and my sister Denise, as Sherri said, was one of the 4 girls killed in the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church. She was the only child that my parents had at the time, and that was not on purpose. They tried to have other kids, but my mother could never carry to term. So you can imagine how terrible that was, that they lost their child, period, but losing a child, which could have been your only child. But God is good and He is faithful. And a year and 4 days later, after Denise was killed, I was born. And then 4 years later, more miscarriages. My mom went on to have my younger sister at 40. So my parents were the last ones to pass away. And what my mom and I and my sister continued to attend this church until 1983. So this church has a very fond place in my heart, as well as a place I grew up as a Christian. So now what I do is I travel the country speaking to groups like yours, sharing our story and sharing stories that happened in our life to help bring about reconciliation and unity and understanding that we're more alike than we are different. This feels like.
Since you all are used to doing this together, I'm just going to let you keep flowing. Tell us about that day.
Okay. Well, so September 15th was like any other day, much like today initially. Sun wasn't quite out when I arrived, but a day like today. I arrived with two younger brothers, Alan, who was 6, and Wendell, who was 10. I was 15. I came in to church and put them in their Sunday school classes and came upstairs to the church office, would have been right here where you see the exit sign to my left over here. I think it says pastor study now, but if you've been through there, the church office was there during that time. And it was the place that I did my volunteer work. It was where I picked up the Sunday school books, the offering envelopes, and just the book where we recorded everything that happened, the minutes of that morning, Sunday school morning. So I came in and picked up all of that. And when I came in, the church clerk was there, Mabel Shorter was there. And I could tell she seemed kind of antsy, but Ms. Shorter was about 75 years old, so I kind of just thought it had to do with her age. I didn't pay a lot of attention to what she was saying. But after I passed the books out and the offering envelopes up here, the adults were up here, the children were all downstairs. So I passed those Sunday school books out, the offering envelopes up here, then went downstairs and did the same, and then I entered my classroom. Sarah Grace was my Sunday school teacher, and Junie Collins, the oldest of the Collins children, was in the class with me. We were always in the same Sunday school class. Well, we sat in the classroom for until about 10:15. Our lesson for that morning was a love that forgives. And if you had seen the pastor's marquee out front, it bore the same title, A Love That Forgives. And so after we were studying that lesson, I sort of eased out of the class about 10:20 or so, and began collecting the envelopes and the money downstairs. And as I finished that and was headed upstairs, I passed the bathroom where the girls were and spoke to them. I didn't stay there. We were excited about that Sunday. There were a lot of things happening. It was Youth Sunday, for one, and we all needed to be upstairs. It was already time for us to be up there, but it was Youth Sunday, and Cynthia Wesley and myself were in a club together. Cynthia Wesley's father was my grade school principal, grades 1 through 8. Cynthia was an only child, not an officially adopted child, but she was an only child that the Wesleys had. And so we were excited about the fact that it was Youth Day. We each had a role to play. We were excited about the club meeting that was going to take place that morning. that afternoon. And then the Birmingham World had allowed us to put an article in the newspaper. And the article simply said, Cavalettes Club to meet today, Sunday, September 15th at 3 p.m. They had also put all of our names in the paper, so that was the sort of the exciting part about it. It was the first time most of us had ever had our name in the paper for something. So I hurried past them and went up the steps, reached the top of the steps to the office to the left over here, and the phone was ringing. And when I answered the phone, the caller on the other end, the male caller on the other end, said 3 minutes, and hung up as quickly as he said it. Holding all of my materials, I hung the phone up and stepped out through the door that you see right here to my left. And only because we've counted it, the media, when they come in, like to count the steps and so forth, I know that it was about 15 steps to the first pew, and the bomb exploded. So I tried to hide right here under the first pew. During that time, the church had hardwood floors. We had no carpet on the floor. We had no carpet on the seats. And but you could hear feet, you could hear shoes, and you heard somebody say, hit the floor. And it seemed like a little while, but it probably was no more than 10 or 15 seconds that I was there. I then heard feet. I could tell that people were running out of the church. And so my first thought as I headed out that door back here was the 2 brothers that I had brought with me. And my father had this very stern rule: if 3 people left home, 3 people had to return. There was no such thing as I don't know where he is or I don't know where she is. So looking for the little brothers, and I didn't find them. Eventually I spotted my father, who had come down to try to find us. My youngest brother would later be found in the company of someone near this funeral home that's right around the corner here. I think it's Poole. And the man that he encountered said that this was a 6-year-old, said that he just grabbed him by the legs. Once he encountered an adult, he just grabbed him by the legs and wouldn't turn him loose. This is what he said to my mother. He was able to get our phone number from my brother, and my mother said, we'll pick him up as soon as my husband gets here with the car. And my father encountered the 10-year-old downtown in the vicinity of Pizzitz. I don't think he knew where he was going. I think he just was trying to get away from here, as far away from here as he could. And it would be about 2:30 that same day before I would know or would learn that my friends had not made it out of the bathroom. Someone called my mother, and then she told me that they had not made it out. What I usually say about that is I just didn't know what to do with that information. You know, I went in the den, I turned the TV on, then I decided to walk outside on the porch. It was just information I didn't know what to do with. And the very next day, we were home the rest of Sunday evening, but Monday morning we were in school at 8 o'clock. And there was no moment of silent prayer. There was no counselor on duty to ask questions. None of the teachers opted to say, does anyone want to talk? Does anyone want to say anything? There just was nothing. We were out of this church for about 8 months. And when we returned to the church, there was no ceremony. There was no special recognition given to what had happened here. I sort of expected to see names on the Sunday school classes. I thought somebody would name classes, but I didn't see anything. It didn't appear that anything had changed. The only thing that changed was that we put a wall in front of the girls' bathroom. And so you could never enter that space again or see the space where they were. Well, you know, I spent my own time trying to make sense of it and trying to understand it. and trying to understand why they could not seem to find out who was responsible. Bombing was not new to us. Bombing was a way of life in Birmingham. And it's important to know, I think, that at the time of this church bombing, there were already 60 unsolved bombings. The day after this bombing, young man, an attorney in Birmingham, white attorney named Charles Moore, wrote an article in the Birmingham News, and the title of the article was, "Who Did It?" And in answering that question, Charles Moore covered the full 2 pages of the Birmingham News, and in essence, his response was, "We all did it." Wherever we failed to speak out, to call wrong, wrong, wherever we failed to get involved when we saw someone being ill-treated or mistreated, we are all guilty. Well, Charles Moore by Saturday had moved to Florida. He was told several times in no uncertain terms that if he loved his life and his family, that he should remember that. But by the end of that week, he was gone. 8 months after they bombed this church, they bombed the house across the street from where I was living with my parents. My parents' house, I should just say it like that. But the 2 young men that were living in that house were both part of the American Friends program. For those of you who might be familiar with the Quaker program up north, during those years they were coming down south and they were looking for 9th, 10th, 11th grade students of great promise. And if you happened to be selected for that program, you went up north and you lived with a white family for 2 years, and after that you attended one of the Ivy League colleges. And the thought was that they would be better educated and would come back and contribute to the Birmingham community, help lift the Birmingham community. So this particular weekend, the 2 young men, George Crowell and Weymouth Crowell, brought their friends home with them. Weymouth attended Dartmouth College, and George attended Antioch College in Yellow Springs, and their friends were white. All of their friends were white. And they had a cookout in the backyard, kind of a little party. They played records. They lived directly across the street from me. And they had a good time. But somewhere during the night when we all went home and went to sleep, about 3 o'clock in the morning, we heard this horrible explosion. And all of the glass in our home came crashing in to the house. And if you had a car parked in the driveway, the car, all of the glass was damaged, was destroyed. When the bomb exploded, we could not see anything. It also blew all of the lights out in the neighborhood. And we heard these horrible screams. You know, as children, I can just tell you, having watched too much TV probably, it sounded like someone being attacked or murdered. Just horrible screams. We would learn the next morning that Mrs. Crowell awakened when the bomb exploded, but her husband and her 2 boys slept through it. She said she was screaming in an attempt to wake them up. Eventually, she was able to wake them up. We were not able to see that, though, or know what was happening until about 6 o'clock that morning when the sun came up. My father made us stay inside, and when we went out after 6 o'clock, we could see the damage up and down the entire street, including our front windows. My father had 1 car parked in the driveway. The windows had been blown out of that. And that was, I think, the period of time when I began to wonder about a lot of things in Birmingham. I would think about this, after this second bombing, it would never go away. I tell people I was 15 years old when it happened, but I would be 15 years old for the next 20 years, trying to understand why no one was held accountable, and trying to understand, was this our lot in life? Was I going to end up, just happen to be in the wrong place this time and the bomb goes off and you're there? It bothered me more than I can ever tell you about. I went off to school, to Fisk University, and I was a good student, but I was a quiet student. Last year, my surviving classmates I graduated in 1969. So all of my classmates boarded a bus and came to Birmingham trying to tell me that they had just found out about all of this. They had been seeing 16th Street in the news and everywhere, but how was it that they never knew that I spent 4 years there? We knew you were quiet. You stayed to yourself a lot, but how is it that no one knew this? Well, I couldn't answer that question. I don't know how it is that people here didn't know it. I've had the opportunity since that time to travel to about 43 states and 9 countries, and I haven't been anywhere in the world that they don't know this story. Even as far north as Dublin, Ireland, to a Benedictine monastery, where you know it's very isolated, just the monks are there. But the very first question they asked of me was, where are you from? And when I said Birmingham, Alabama, they went, ooh. And one of them whispered in my ear, he said, tell me, do they treat you better now? So I was in conversation with those monks for the remainder of my time that I was there for several weeks. And I think the conversations I had with them was a lot of what helped me to come back to the United States and walk and work and do whatever I do. But I suspect my youngest brother has since passed away, but the two of them never got over just hearing loud noises. They didn't like to sleep by themselves after this happened. You could see a lot of things that resulted from that. When I was living in Atlanta, I had a rash that I couldn't get rid of. And I went to talk with a doctor about it, but I'd never thought that this rash had anything to do with what was going on here. He said to me, we'll just have to see what's bothering you. But I said, nothing bothering me. I made no connection between this at all. So in later years, we have learned a lot about trauma and PTSD. I didn't have time to study it or learn about it. I had to keep right on living, and that's what I did, and we did that unassisted. But that sort of sums it up, I think. Yeah, I think it expresses enough of what it was like during that time.
Lisa, as I saw you wipe away tears as Dr. McKinstry was talking, and it's one of the questions I always think about when I hear you and see you, is that you weren't directly there, but you had to live with this growing up. And I think that's what Dr. Ascherman was describing to us. He talked about all the ways in which we were impacted indirectly. Witness kept coming up again and again and again as he was sharing the facts and the science. How has that impacted you? Not necessarily from the negative standpoint, for a lack of a better way of saying it, but as we talk about the healing process, I can't imagine what it was like growing up and not even really having the direct connection to that sister, but having that indirect. What was that like, and how has it shaped and impacted who you are?
I didn't plan to come up here and cry today.
disappointed in myself that I am. But, sometimes I can come here and I can talk about it and I'm good. And today's just not one of those days. And I just think about all the people and the drama of African American people, but not just on that day, just for a lifetime. Being raised by two parents who lived in that trauma every day, even though they didn't talk about it all the time. They gave you very limited conversations about it, but you knew that they and all the other relatives around them never forgot that day, that day was a whole piece of who they were. And I listened to Carolyn, and it's painful that that human beings would do that to other human beings. And here she was, a kid, excited about her club members, and then the next few minutes her club member is dead. And then there's no one to share with her what that was all about. There was no therapy and no counseling. I mean, our bodies react to that stuff and it carries it on. She had a rash. The rash, she didn't touch nothing. She didn't have poison ivy. That was the stress from inside of her that she never let out. And so I think about all the people from that era, and even now, who are walking around with undiagnosed post-traumatic stress disorder, because no one helped them to get through that. My sister, Denise, had a best friend, and the best friend was our first cousin, Lynn. She went everywhere with her. There were two sisters, only children, and girl children. So at our house, there are millions of pictures of Denise and Lynn. But my auntie had a newborn baby, and the newborn baby was sick that day, and she didn't bring her family to church. And so we figured if she'd brought her family to church that day, we would have had 2 family members who were killed. And in my book, I write in chapter 3, just in the beginning of the book. Many friends read the book. They're like, we read chapter 3, we had to go lay down. Because chapter 3 is like, your death meant so much, left great sorrow. Your death left great sorrow. I have, in the years past, heard Carolyn's story. I knew Carolyn growing up, but I didn't know any of that. I've known other people who lived here or went to this church. My cousin Lynn, she never talked about Denise. I wanted more than anything in the world to hear her talk about Denise, because Denise was the sister I didn't know. And she was the closest person, other than my parents, in the world to her. And she could not ever talk about it. She died a few years ago. She died never being able to talk about that, because it hurt too much. So, there were good days and there were bad days, but this is part of who I am all the time. It never goes away. And now that it is my work to share this story, it never goes away. Sometimes I'm very good. I don't get up and cry in front of everybody all the time. But, it's so important that this trauma and this pain is not just seen to others as an incident that happened and it's maybe in your history books and you saw the Spike Lee documentary. This was real. There were real people who came to church one day to do what they're supposed to do, praise and worship the Lord, and suffered a trauma that they will never forget.
So, on the 60th anniversary, one of the events that I participated in, I actually did a workshop on cathartic writing. And so as I'm listening to both of you talk, I pulled up the intro that I wrote to that panel. It said, research shows that longhand cathartic writing allows a stream of consciousness to fill the page while releasing emotional stress and anxiety and allowing for personal clarity and insights. From the Greek word katharion, meaning to purify, to cleanse, to purge, catharsis plays a pivotal role in improving mental health as one experiences relief through that emotional release. Could you both, as authors, thereby creatives, share with us how getting that story out of you in a very unique way, Lisa, of writing letters to your sister, conversations that you were never able to have. Dr. McKinstry, the same question, how has that helped along this healing journey?
Well, you know, it took me a while myself to recognize this, but it was 25 years after the bombing before there was ever any real conversation about it. No one spoke about it here at the church. No one spoke about it at my home. But on the 25th anniversary, I received a call from USA Today, and they wanted to revisit the bombing that had happened 25 years ago. And I was here at this church, but I wasn't prepared really to talk about it because no one ever talked about it. And the guy kept calling, and then he came down here. I came to the church one day, he was down in the basement. And so I just kind of gave up. Somebody says, oh, well, go ahead and just answer his questions. So he asked a lot of questions about what happened on that day. He asked about the girls. And after I had this long interview with him, the article appeared in USA Today. And from that article, the next call I got was from Oprah Winfrey. And so I did 2 shows with her talking about it, and from that Oprah Winfrey show was really where calls started coming from everywhere. And the first person that, after the Oprah Winfrey show, the Children's Defense Fund formally invited me to Washington. But after that, people just started calling from all over, everywhere. And I came to realize, it took me a while to realize it though. A lot of times when I initially started talking about it, when I spoke in DC at Mrs. Edelman's event, I was really upset when I got there and found out she really hadn't told me what I would be doing. And then I learned that there was a breakfast and there were 2,000 people there. And I literally got sick because I had told them, they called the Institute first, and I kept saying, I'm not a speaker. I can really find you a really good speaker. And they just kept calling, and the next thing I knew, the ticket showed up at the house. So I ended up going, and I was introduced by Taylor Branch. And when I saw his name on the program, I really got sick. I just went in the back, and I was throwing up. I just thought that there had been some really big mistake. And so I calmed down enough the next day when the program, the breakfast was happening. And I noticed that after I told the story, I just talked. I didn't consider it speaking. I told the honest story from the heart of a little girl. And when I wrote this book, I wrote it the same way, from the heart of a 15-year-old girl who didn't understand why this was okay. I had grown up in a house with a grandfather who pastored 2 churches, a grandfather and a grandmother who traveled all over Chilton County and other parts of those areas, and we did vacation Bible school, 2 weeks here, 2 weeks there, all summer. But I thought it was the grandest thing in the world. But as comfortable as I was with people, I wasn't comfortable talking about that. But after I told this story in DC, and I noticed it was really quiet. People were crying. And I still wasn't sure if I'd done the right thing or not, because I am not a speaker, was not accustomed to talking with people. So I learned from that point on, I started getting a lot of calls from people, but I learned that talking about it, I would remember more and more things about what happened that morning. And I always had this box of poetry that I did at Fisk when I would sit under the tree, but the poetry was very dark, and it wasn't something I ever wanted to share with anybody. I've been asked by the news several times, but I didn't want to be here. When I tell you that I was 15 for the next 20 years, I was stuck in that place trying to understand why this was okay. Why was it okay? Why was no one held accountable? And my grandfather's teachings came back to my mind. And even when you didn't like people, I hadn't known anybody that bombed somebody's house because they didn't like them. And so we grew up in a very pure environment in my house with 6 kids there, but my parents never talked about other people, white people or anybody else. They never blamed anything we were lacking on anybody else. My father worked 2 jobs all of his life, 37 years of service at both places because he was a proud man. But I could not make my peace with why Birmingham never said anything. I could not make my peace with this supposedly being a Christian city with so many churches and things all around, but it was okay to bomb our houses, our churches, our places of business, and no one said anything to this day. The last time we had a conference here, I asked the question then. We were talking about the bombing of the church, but I said, what about those other 60 unsolved bombings? No one has ever tried to understand what happened there. And I think as a child, I had decided I might as well not be here. You know, you begin to try to self-destruct in ways you don't recognize it as self-destruction. But after all of the travel, I began to see that so I can use Dublin again, but or Rome or even Palestine and Israel. I said to myself, this is not Birmingham. Everywhere is not like Birmingham. Does that mean they only bomb houses in Birmingham? And it's okay? If I had never left Birmingham, I would still be under the impression that there are no good people in Birmingham, that the rest of the world was like Birmingham. But I haven't been to a single place around the world or state where they didn't know this story. I began to recognize that it was therapeutic after a point. I think the point at which I recognized it, I worked at Princeton Hospital for a while, but I went to Princeton Hospital because my grandmother died in the basement of Princeton Hospital. It wasn't called Princeton then, it was called West End Baptist. I think I was 12 years old, but Princeton West End Baptist did not accept black people. None of the hospitals in Birmingham accepted black people at all. And between the tears and the prayers of my mother, my father, and my grandfather, they begged someone to take my grandmother into the hospital. They put her in the basement. And she was in that basement for 2 weeks until she died. And I sat with her in the basement for 2 weeks until she died. We never knew what was wrong with her. She was 54 years old and she taught first grade. And whenever I would pass that hospital, I would just start tightening up and what we might call hyperventilating today. I made myself go back to work in pastoral care. I made myself go back so that I could set a different example of how we treat sick people. But again, I'm learning not only from that experience, the Princeton experience, but just from doing what we're doing here today, just talking about it and really allowing people to know how you felt during that time. My biggest disappointment, what I think is the most important thing I could say about that time, is just the fact that this was supposed to be a Christian community. And I still see remnants of things I saw in the 60s, and it makes me feel like all my suffering was for nothing. I have children. I don't want my children to experience bombings or some of the other hateful things that I see. And so I've chosen every invitation. I only travel by invitation, but everywhere I've ever gone, I didn't talk so much about this as I did about love and forgiveness, about reconciliation, and the fact that by one God we were all created. And if that's not the message that we're giving our young people, our churches are not telling the truth.
Well, in writing my book, because I was born after Denise was killed, I wrote the book it's a memoir of my experiences. But of course, I can't write a book about me without talking about her. So the early part of the book is mostly talking about our family and how we dealt with the grief and that information in there. But it was very important for me to share my healing as part of the generation after segregation and what that looked like. Our parents put us in predominantly white private school. So I had to talk about that, what that was really like, growing up being a serious minority. But then somehow, in the midst of all that, losing the part that connected me to my people, my African American people, and not feeling as comfortable in black spaces as I felt in white spaces, which was a real thing, and being terribly shamed and embarrassed as a black person for having those emotions and feelings. But I wanted to express that in this book and talk about all the aspects of that. It was very hard to put it down on paper, but as things kept repeating themselves, as I grew older, I felt like it was necessary that there were other people having the same experiences, and I needed to articulate how I got over that trauma of my life and those subsequent traumas that came along with that. Like going to high school, went to a predominantly white high school, was a public school at this point, and I was 65% white and the rest was black, and they had just merged two schools. And the white kids didn't want us there, and the black kids didn't want to be there. And so everybody was sad and depressed. And it was just a very traumatic experience. But somehow, on my late junior year, I became the student body president of the whole school, which was a cool thing until that next year when I served and I wanted to have a Black History Month program, and they danced, the powers that be danced around it every way they could, and then finally came to me and said, "We don't do that here." And I'm thinking, oh, have we not passed that? And we don't do that here. And so then, I go 5 years later, a young woman across the street graduates. She's in the senior years. She gets to be student body president too, and they won't let her do one. So that left like a sadness in me that I didn't realize was there. And 20 years later, I went back to speak to the school, and by this time, the school is predominantly black. And the closer I got to the school, the more I started to feel like I was gonna cry. And when I walked in the door, I cried for half an hour because I never dealt with the fact that they were so hateful and mean to me. And that, not that they were mean, that they didn't see my blackness as beautiful, my blackness as important. So writing that chapter and several other chapters, you write it, you put off writing it, and then when you finish writing it, you just fall on the floor and cry because you purged all that pain out. So there are a number of stories in here, and I'm so grateful to have this book and to have those words finally on paper, finally down. But what has been even more fantastic is others who've read the books and said, that was my story too. And for that, it's just worth $1 million because I could help somebody else in their trauma and in their walk. So that's how the writing of this book was cathartic for me.
I have one final question that I want to open up to see if anyone else has questions. Dr. McKinstry, you shared the quote, "A love that forgives." You also quoted, "Who did it? We all did it." Combining those two, I want to know, how have you all experienced a love that forgives, and how do you model that spirit to others?
I think it's difficult to model that spirit if you don't actually have that in your spirit. I think Christians forgive because they are forgiven. It is one of the cornerstones of the Christian religion, and we can't receive forgiveness and then refuse to give forgiveness to others. So as a Christian, it's mandatory, I think. The notion, some of the things that I've heard, the notion that, yeah, we are all different, we're different, but by one God were we all created. And in the beginning, there was nothing. None of us have the ability to create anything, not one thing. There is a passage that I love that says, "What do you have that you did not receive?" All of us were born with nothing. And somewhere in life, God was good to us, and he may have used others to be good to us. But in and of ourselves, we create nothing. That's not hard for me to understand. And if you're a person that attends church, or if you're a person that reads your Bible, or if you just say you're a Christian and you want to live by Christian principles, there just are things you don't do to other people. You know, love does no harm to its neighbor. Love doesn't bomb its neighbor's house. I don't have to like you. I don't even have to live near where you live, but I don't have to destroy you either. God is no respecter of persons. So this was the challenge that I had. And I think even if, you know, we are not necessarily all of the same religion, but we can all live by we can agree to treat each other as human beings. We can agree to treat each other the way we want to be treated. In my house, my father would say, "Carolyn, if you don't want it said to you, don't say it to someone else. If you don't want it done to you, don't do it to someone else." I was notorious for putting water in my brother's shoes when they would do something to aggravate me. And they only had everybody had one pair of shoes, so, you know, this was my way of getting back at them. But what he said carries over into life. It's a very simple phrase. You got 6 kids in the house, it works. If that didn't work, the belt worked, you know. But I'm saying it's that simple. It's just that simple. And it ought to be twice as easy if we say we're Christian people. If we attend a church every Sunday and we're under a preacher's voice, there's no reason for us not to know these things. So at that point, it becomes a choice. It's a matter of my will. I choose not to like you. I choose not to treat you the way I want to be treated. It's a choice. It took me 30 years to make my peace with that. But I did. And so I don't mind telling the story just so that people can know what a painful story it was. And I'm hoping that somewhere in all of this, we have enough history in this country, we should know better by now. We should know. We should be leading the nation in teaching on the beauty of diversity, how much we can accomplish and gain by all of us working together. I saw that in all the travels. I didn't go anywhere that I was mistreated, not one single place. in the States, outside the States. I went places I couldn't speak the language, but the people were always gracious, always. So it's a choice that we make, Birmingham. We have a lot of people that come to Birmingham that want to hear this story, but they come because they think that we've overcome. They feel like we've risen above. Now, we can't all rise above at the same time, but we can decide within ourselves. We can make the decision that I'm rising above it. For Lisa and I, it was a matter of survival. We had to rise above it. But I would not be honest if I didn't tell you that it bothers me, the things I see today. I don't care under what guise or umbrella I see them, whether it's political or religious or any other way, it bothers me. And I'm really glad at this moment that my children don't live in Birmingham or that they don't live in Alabama, period.
Well, my parents modeled that. They were amazing. They could have chosen hate and to be very angry, but they chose love instead of hate. And they didn't just tell us, they showed it in everything that they did. My dad did not go, he was not a member of 16th Street. He went to a small Lutheran church on the south side in Titusville, a neighborhood here. It was a small church, maybe a couple of hundred members. All the members were black except for 5 people. The 5 people were the pastor, his wife, and 3 kids. They were white. So at a time when white people didn't hang out and spend time together, we had this wonderful opportunity to get to know the Ellwanger family, who was my father's minister. And we were there at their house, they were there at our house. They marched in a number of the marches for our freedom, for our rights, for the rights of everyone in America. They are still friends of ours to this day. But it was a beautiful thing to have them in your life as a little kid with your first memory, knowing that white people killed your sister because of the color of her skin. To have the Ellwangers show you love and show you kindness. And in return, we have always shown love and kindness to other people that didn't necessarily look like us. In my book, I talk about having met a few years back the daughter of one of the killers and what that was like. And, you know, not sure at first that I was going to want to meet her, that I was going to even want to be nice to her, even though that wasn't how I was raised. But hearing her story and seeing how she chose love instead of the hate that her father professed has caused Tammy and me to be close and become friends. And I understand that she didn't take what she was taught. She learned the love of Christ and chose to be a different way. And so it's just a way you have to do people. It's like, you know, even people who are not nice. Lord, I got a neighbor right now. She's so cranky. She done got on my nerves today. And I'm probably the only person in the neighborhood that really speaks to her. But she's cranky and mean all the time. But I understand where that's coming from. So I know how to go in and talk to her when others won't. But that's a lot of the same. The hurt people hurt people. And so sometimes you see racist people, you have to come find them and meet them where they are and show them love. And it will break down the walls. They talk about that in Christianity, the spirits that are on people, they're breaking down the walls. And that's the only option we have. Hating them, beating up on them, cursing them is not going to work. We have to come in with love, like Carolyn said, because that's the only thing that works.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I want to open it up, see if there are any questions. We have time for probably 1 or 2 questions. I know Charles had a question.
Well, I did have a question. Anybody, any questions, I can bring you the mic. I don't want to be the only one to ask a question. So my question, Carolyn, was, you know, nowadays the youth have guidance counselors, they have opportunities to have mental health days, they have opportunities to explore their mental health and keeping their mental health at a high level. But right after the blast, I know a lot of, well, at least after the bombing, I know a lot of you young people went back to school like, everything was okay. And so I wanted to see how, what was it like to not have the support that youth have today then in dealing with something that was so tragic and traumatic?
My parents didn't even talk about this bombing at home. No one ever asked me, "Are you okay? Do you want to talk about what happened? Are you afraid?" Not one word the entire time. The FBI came to our house for those people that were here that Sunday, and I did 2 interviews on different occasions, and my parents sat and listened when I did the interviews. But after that, there was nothing. When we went to school Monday morning, there was nothing. There was no moment of silent prayer. There wasn't no assembly or special devotional. There was just nothing. And as I said, when we came back into this church, there was nothing. So nothing happened at my house. I think the parents maybe thought that as long as you're not saying anything, if you're not crying or falling out somewhere, you're probably okay. That's the best I could come up with. But I also knew, I grew up with 4 brothers, and they were taught by my father that their number one job was to protect their sister. And I think that my father didn't say anything because he was my protector, my brothers were. But then I came to realize that they could not protect me. Not really. They could protect me in some circumstance, but here was something that they could not protect me from. What else did I not know that they couldn't protect me from? And maybe it's like I lost that shell, that shield I had. I had to take a brother with me everywhere I went. Wow. Yeah, when I was growing up, black fathers were very different about the girls. And even if the only one available was my 6-year-old brother, I had to take him, So, but I came to know that my father couldn't really protect me. He could do nothing about the house they bombed across the street. He could not make anybody pay for the damage that was done to his own house. He was powerless to do anything about what was going on in those years. And no one ever came to try to make amends for that. So, I have the utmost respect now for my dad, who worked those 2 jobs for 37 years, tried to feed us. He had 6 children. He sent all 6 of them to college. He got 6 degrees, 4 master's degrees and 2 doctorates out of it. But he worked 24/7 all of his life. And so, when I look back, I know they weren't trained. He taught physics, so they weren't trained to know how to talk to children to say, well, they taught school, but in terms of trauma, no. So there just was nothing. We didn't even know that there was something available. It just never came up. We just didn't know. So you just did it the best you could. And I have the older I get, I just have such deep appreciation for my dad and for what I know, things I know now that I did not know then about the life that he lived growing up here. And I'm deeply grateful to God for both of my parents, but especially for my dad.
If you all would, please give it up for Lisa McNair and Dr. Carolyn McKinstry.
I thought we were going to get some questions.
And I feel confident that the applause, the standing applause, is not just for how you shared today, but just what we know about you and how you all, share your lives with the world. Is very important on the journey that we're all on. Just so that you know, our bookstore is closed today, but it will be open tomorrow for those of you who are still in town, and you can go purchase both of their books right across the street at the Birmingham Civil Rights Institute bookstore. Their books are for sale. I'm sure you can also find them on Amazon or on the publisher's website. But I want to thank you all for staying with us through this entire day. I look forward to seeing you bright and early tomorrow for a 9 a.m. sharp start. Yep, that. See, that's what I get because I'm tired. 9 a.m. tomorrow. We'll be right back here. So thank you for everything. If you haven't filled out a survey, there are surveys outside on the tables, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow. So thank you.